Well, welcome to Saturday night. This is the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome. As this show is getting more popular and people watching and the thing, I'm looking at the views, and I'm up to like last night's show got me 100 views. Overnight. I'm impressed. Started from nothing, and soon I'll have 300 views in a night, 400 views. It all grows from there. Just keep doing what I'm doing. So I'm very grateful to the support I'm getting from the show, and thank you for tuning in. Thank you for supporting College Genesis and listen to what I have to say. I think is this: there's some people going around now saying, "Call it anti-Pan Africa." No, I'm not anti-Pan Africa. Now I think I'm going into the realm of pan realism, you know, and what I'm seeing right now after let's say 30, 32 years of doing Pan African research and stuff like that. All the stuff I talk about in the BAIO, I started 30 something years ago. I said this is what we need. And the stuff we talked about, I talked about 30 years ago, infrastructure, building trade between Black America and Africa. This stuff is not new. All these people getting into this now, and I've been talking about this for 30 something years. And in 30 years, the only significant thing I've seen the Blacks Without Borders series in South Africa. Some people get it. Okay, these Black people, professionals, went over there and did good. If you ever have a chance, watch that. Matter of fact, I might play Blacks Without Borders tonight on the show to make my point. Yeah, there's Black people had did that. That was 2006, almost 20 years ago. But since that time, there hasn't been really that significant number of people who got into the Pan-African as far as like business. Now, they're Pan-African enthusiasts, right? People talk about, oh, Pan-African, but we have not moved the needle one bit, as far as like thing, because the one end, like I was talking to my good Liberian brother today, said, the problem is on the African side. The African does not see any use for Pan-African. They only think about things in the immediate. And I'm saying to myself, the burden of Pan Africans can't be on Black America all the time, and it is. Africans are happy and satisfied. They got so-called countries and so-called governments and so-called democracy and stuff like that. So they're not trying to build those dynamic countries where we could build and stuff like that, like the Asian countries doing, the European countries doing that, even the Middle East now. We have not. The African just wants to be mired in mediocrity and stuff like that, and we can't ever go to mediocrity because our culture and who we are will simply die. We can't go backwards on us, so we can't just let people govern us and rule us that don't have our mindset and don't have our values and don't have our thinking. We have to be at the table. We have to eat at the table. We have to be at the decision making, or there's no deal. That's just common sense. What people call democracy, what I call is mob rule, where you got people like say, "Oh, I got the numbers, so I'm going to basically do absolutely nothing." That's what you have is people just in power. It's like, how do you justify your salary? I see you with all this state-owned vehicles. I see you with all stuff like this. But what do you do? What do you do to build your country? What do you do? And they can't give you an example other than the people elected them, and that's the way it is. And then we're tasked with trying to keep we're worshiping these people just because they're so-called elected official. And, in America, we don't do that over in America. We don't give a shit. At least I don't about Black politicians or politicians in general. We lampoon them and everything like that because in America, our daily bread is not based on who's in office or not. We don't really care. That's the American side of us. So we can't just go to a situation where, geez, you got to watch what you say about this politician, or you're not going to eat, or you're not going to get this done and whatnot. It's like in America, a person will be locked up in jail if it was a quid pro quo. But right in Africa, the quid pro quo is the order of the day. You got to agree with this person's palm. You got to have favor with this. If I have a business idea and everything like that, it should say, I have a business idea. I'm going to do this like that. So no matter who's in office, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing because I'm here to do investment. I'm here to employ people, and I'm paying money to the state, and everything. It's very simple. It works over here. So get me the proper licensing and everything like that. Let me do my thing. But if you can't do it like that, and every time I look around, I gotta pull money out of my pocket. I gotta look at this person. I gotta grease this person's palm and everything like that. I can't adjust to the African way of doing things. I'm sorry, I can't. So this is what we're talking about. The Pan-African has to be more than just, like that. We have to have laws, right? You're coming from overseas or whatnot. You should be protected in each African country that signs onto a Pan-African charter. Thou thee shall protect the people's property that invest in this country. Thou shall make sure that this person has access to courts, access to the police, access to legal services, protection and stuff like this. And the concerns and issues of being an ethnic minority in a country should be addressed. Because just because we have this thing where in the Pan-African world, oh, we're all black. That doesn't work like that. Anytime you live in a society, in an African society where power is in the hand of a few, and everything's done through patronage and everything like that, you coming over to the continent with no connections, no political connections, no established relationship with any of the major tribes, whatever, like groups and everything like that, you're at a disadvantage. So a real Pan-African will correct that, but there's not one country that has legislation in place to protect the diaspora when they come to the continent. Okay, say this is what we do. We're going to give them the right to citizenship. We're going to give them the right to own land. We're going to give them the right to do this and everything like this. And we're going to look at. I'm seeing disaster stories. And we just sit back and go along with it under the guise of Pan-Africanism. You got people out there getting absolutely robbed, even killed in places like Gambia and Ghana, and we're still basically holding on to this Pan-African fantasy stuff, So, like I said, this platform, I'm like this. We have to be real about this, It's coming time. We have to ask, is this stuff real or is it fake? If it's fake, then we get rid of it. If it's real, let's keep on with it, But we have to ask these questions, because a lot of people are asking these questions now. A lot of people are walking away from this movement, and stuff like this. So what do we get out of this movement and everything like that, other than a hard way to go? So this is what we talk about tonight. Part 2 of Black America's Burden. Okay. And like I said, I made the case last night where it comes down to human rights and producing the literature and changing the world. Remember something. Before Black America, right, it was nothing for white people to think that white people are the only group of people that exist in the world. In other words, we didn't have any thoughts. We didn't have any passions. We didn't have any dreams. We weren't complete human beings in the eyes of most white people and everything. And so what does that make a difference? That makes a difference because these are the people that's making laws against you. These are the people that basically, if they believe that, then that means they can come into a black country and justify enslaving, like what we see in the Belgian Congo. They could come into an African country, right, and like Berlin Conference 1884 and carve up a continent without asking the Africans, how do you feel about being part of some Portuguese Empire? How do you be a part of Spanish Empire? How do you be part of the British Empire and everything? If you believe these people aren't human like you are, and they don't have thoughts and desires and stuff like that you are, you can do anything you want to them, So therefore, this is why it was important for them to never teach African slaves how to read and write. Because if you can communicate your thoughts and everything like that, and people like, most white people during slavery times believe black people were happy. Why? Because there was nobody able to write articles and from their point of view, because we were not allowed to write. You know what reading was? The pain of death. Learning how to read was like the pain of death. Why? Because you were equal to him. You could say, look, I don't think the Bible said that. Let me read this passage right here. And just that conversation alone will start conversation and stuff like this. And the whole myth about white supremacy will start becoming unraveled. So keeping people ignorant and stuff like this is the thing. And the bottom line is this: it was us in America that gave the like this book, the book of Negroes and other writings that people, African American authors and everything like that, would condemn slavery and condemn this stuff like this. And these books were translated throughout the world, and then people's perception started to change, and a lot of white Americans started championing the cause of things. We had great orators like I forgot the guy's name. I think his name is David Walker. And we had orators that was saying great speeches and stuff like this. And then you had other people that basically said, well, wow. So these people, those are things that I'm a man. Am I not a man? You know? And these great things. Oh, yeah. Let me drop the link. I forgot to do that last night, too. So people probably want to get on. I forgot to drop the link. Yeah. So therefore, reading, learning, and communicating about human condition, everything is very important. And where did that happen? It happened here in America. It happened here in America. And the bottom line, the whole entire black race benefited from that. You know, there was no authors and writers. And as a matter of fact, people say, "What about South Africa?" Do you know the first Pan-African Congress and the African ANC was formed by African Americans, you know, that lived in South Africa? The first black community in South Africa was formed by African Americans that worked for the Anglo-American Corporation, everything like that. Bishop Henry McNeil Turner went there with the AME Church and stuff like that. And so therefore, the idea of a thing, when the black South Africans saw these black people from America that were just as sophisticated as the white people, their mindset started changing. It's like, wow, you got black people that could do it just like white people do it. Why not? So we don't have to be in this inferior situation. We can actually, they prick their mind that they could actually govern themselves and be free, you know, in the modern world. Because that's a catch, right? Let me give you another example. People don't understand this, right? And this is something we're going through right now. Let me give you an example. I'm going to give you some little humor right here. Now, there was this story that I read, right? And I read and I find books. I don't know where I read this, but it's in a book. I go to the library all the time and I read books and I get buried in books and stuff like that. You know, I never take time to write down the author, the book and everything so I can go back to it and everything. But one of the books I came across a few years ago, right? And they were talking about, it was about South Africa and the Zulu land and the liberation of the ANC and stuff like that, you know. And there was this doctor, this man that was a Zulu, and he became educated, right? And he basically started talking about reform for the natives and all the stuff like this, right? Well, the British and the Afrikaners began saying that, trying to convince that and using popular culture in South Africa, like, oh, why are you listening to him? He's a white man, you know? So in other words, basically, they were trying to convince that the Zulus don't listen to this guy, right? Even this guy was a Pan-Africanist, right? He wasn't Zulu enough or whatnot. So this guy joined the ANC, you know? And then years later, the people who were jingoistic about Zulu culture formed the Inkatha Freedom Party. They weren't Pan-Africanists. They were just basically Zulu tribalists and stuff like that. That's what you have today. You have the ANC. You have the ANC versus the Inkatha Freedom Party in the Zulu land. You know, it wasn't no thing. It was just a mindset. If you basically believe in the modern world and Pan-African, you see yourself as black in the black world, and the enemy is the white man, you join the Pan-African Congress in the ANC. But if you just see yourself as a Zulu and believe in Zulu nationalism, Zulu tribalism, everything, you join Inkatha. The whites basically, who do you think the white people are betting on? The white people are betting on the Inkatha. That's why they used to always praise the Zulus for being great warriors and everything. Who did Zulus mostly kill of the black people? The Zulus were no real threat to the white people, right? Because what destroyed the Zulus and like this is civilization. The Zulus didn't have it when it came to civilization. I got my brother J Maw, little J Maw, man. When J Maw was a kid, man, I used to ride him on the back of my bike, man.
What's going on, Calathenos? How you
What's
doing,
going on, brother?
I can't call. How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. I'm off to a good start, man. We're gonna have a rocking show tonight. You know, while I'm on South Africa, I like I said, I this story that I came across years ago, talk about how the whites basically use popular culture, right, in Zulu to basically, cause the Zulu tribalism and everything, And the bottom line is, the enemy was always the whites, but you still got Zulus out there talking about, yeah, they want the Afrikaners back because they gave us money and all the stuff like this, So this, like I said, the Pan-African, the burden of Pan-Africanism is on us. What do you think about that statement?
Yeah, I think historically it's definitely, and even to current times, we have been very influential in the Pan African movement, and recently I think Black America is still Pan African without a doubt. More.
Yeah, a Pan-African just means you believe you're black, and
yeah.
you're black. You believe in blackness. Black is your identity.
In a global blackness.
On a global sense, we see ourselves as black, part of black. Then there's people like, I'm right when you confront them with that shit, they come in here. Well, I'm a con girl and whatnot. I got no problem with white people because they used to come to our village and blah blah blah. What's like? Whoa, we're black. They're black. So, and Africans are now online talking about. I know you guys expect us to join you guys in your struggle, but that didn't happen. They're proud of that, but they don't understand. They never fought for the image of black people globally, right? Through black film and media and literature and everything was changed by Black America,
Yeah,
for
sure.
It wasn't Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. Through media. Yeah, through media. Yep.
Through the media and stuff like that. John Johnson, one thing John Johnson did was he opened up a branch of Ebony Magazine in Nigeria, in Lagos, Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa, even during apartheid, because he said, and people back, I remember Nigerians like, yeah, I actually couldn't wait to get my Ebony Magazine. I felt so good about first time I felt good about being black is when I read Ebony Magazine, So why are they getting this stuff that, race don't matter when basically they the image of black people, they understood white people were looking at people that look like them and stuff like that look that they tried to identify with, It's all about race and color,
Yeah, I seen that. And speaking of South Africa, I seen you sent me that video on Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler. What do you think about that situation?
That is a very fascinating case studies, particularly in pop culture right now. What's going on with Tyler? She's coming. Like I said, I've said to many people, I said Tyler is probably the biggest African artist in America right now.
But the thing is, like when she said, did she have a point in South Africa? Colored is an ethnic group. It's not like in America.
Right.
I'm colored. I'm mixed. Whatever like that. You can go like that's a specific ethnic group. They speak Afrikaans and Khoi a little bit, whatever like that. And sometimes they got Malay culture in them and everything. So it's a different culture. I understand where she's coming from that. But when you start talking about R&B and stuff like that, you come to America, shit changes,
And that's where it's getting tricky at, because it's a disconnect when her publicists are out there doing interviews, because the people out there in the real world, her fans or her fan adjacents, they're questioning her blackness or her loyalty to blackness. She probably doesn't have to go through that in South Africa, and I think she's losing a lot of fans because of that, and she's not answering the question. Because listen, when you're in Rome, Kyla, when I was told when you're in Rome, you're supposed to do as the Romans.
Exactly. So, what it is people don't respect Black America. That's what it is. That's what the problem is. We're carrying this Pan-African banner around, and people don't, and like this, but let Tyler get in trouble, right? Let's say what the media start coming down on something, you know, you know, Zongo, it's also a ethnic group. You know, it's not a racial category. The colored people, if you listen to them talk and everything like that, they speak differently than the blacks, and they have a different way of doing things. They're like that. That's why, you know what the colored people said back in the day. There was an article in this magazine. Forgot the name of the magazine. It was some freaking trash magazine out of the UK. I remember I bought it because Nas was on the cover when Nas's the second album came out. Remember that Nas' second album? What's the name of that movie?
Yeah, it was written. It was written.
It was written. Came out right.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the cover, so I bought the magazine. It was a bunch of stuff. It had Fela Kuti in there. It was a magazine out of the UK that basically showcased art, and they basically was talking about this very topic, very topic even back then, because they interviewed the coloreds in South Africa. They said the coloreds was saying that their attitude towards race changed when the movie New Jack City came out. You know,
why that particular movie?
Because of Ice-T and what's the other one? G Money.
Yeah, G Money. Yep.
So they were like black, and so they said when Ice-T came, when New Jack City came out,
Nino Brown. Mm.
Yeah, G Money was the light skinned kid, and the
brown skin,
Ice-T and whatnot. They were talking like they were black. Ice-T was a black character in the movie, but he was he's real pale, And so they said after that movie came out, right, there was a lot of South African colored start saying, "Yo, I want to identify as black, but I gotta learn how to speak one of the African language." The problem is the colors is the language barrier. You know what I'm saying? In other words, in Africa, being black means you gotta speak one of the local languages. That's why I tell Zongo native, he's from Ghana, but he don't know much right there. You guys speak one of the local natives to be considered black. You guys know how to speak Zulu, Xhosa, or whatever these languages are to be Tswana, to be black. It ain't just enough to be you guys identify with one of these things to be black. Other than that, you're colored, right? You're colored, you're mixed race people. That's your ethnicity, because you don't speak one of the things. But when they said, well, we want to identify with being black, but I got to learn one of the languages, It's not like in America where all you have to do is look black, So it's more complicated over there than over here. Over here, we just look at, we're just used to just accept anybody that looks partially black as one of us and everything like that, and they're black. But in South Africa,
what you thought maybe you should have a team around her that could educate her on. Look, man, you can't really say that colored thing here in America, or you can't go by those politics, right? It's like they don't have a clue.
But it has to first start in South Africa, right? South Africa has been looking at the global media for years. They know what's going on. She knows that Black America, if she's getting going on a stage in Black America, right? She look at somebody like Beyonce, Aaliyah, they're all light skinned and whatnot, but they're African American, So she has to understand, but even though you're colored and everything, you're still part of the black world. But I understand what she's saying.
Like Rihanna gets it. Rihanna gets it. She's from Barbados. She gets it.
Yeah, so says she's black,
Right.
Yeah, people from that descended from the transatlantic slave trade. What I think is because Tyler comes from a time period she probably didn't experience racism. I'll get you in a minute, Zongo. Well, she didn't experience racism, right? She didn't experience racism, so she don't have like this. So you got these people out there, right? And we can't adjust our like this because that means if we go along with Tyler, what she's saying, we're gonna basically we put ourselves in danger. What protects Black America is this idea that we're black and we just basically nigga, please, And we Black America is what beauty about Black America is that we have boundaries between us and white people. We have boundaries. We set boundaries and everything. You can have a white friend, but, okay, boom, boom, boom. It's time for like everybody else. Now, you can have an Indian friend, whatever like that, but for a fact, when you deal with other races, is it time? Sometimes it's like time for you to go home. It's time for you to be quiet. It's time for you to step off, or you might not get invited to a certain party.
That's a fact. That's a
They
fact.
set boundaries and everything like that. They set boundaries, but Africans set the only boundaries they set is with other black people.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they set boundaries with other black people. Like you got, what Naya told me, he said, yeah, you got some Liberians don't like black Americans, and they like Jamaican, like, you invite African Americans to your house, Naya. And it's like, yo, these are my brothers and sisters over here. My kids go to HBCUs, all stuff like this. I'm not gonna do that. He said, no, ain't nobody. He goes, like, if you don't like black America, you ain't coming to my house. That's my boy Naya. He's Liberian. He said, yeah, man. So I got people like that up here. They gang
Yeah,
up.
I heard that from a couple librarians say that exists. I didn't know that.
That does exist. It's all tribalism nonsense and everything like that. But it's like when it comes to like white people, just come on over, come on through, come on through. Let me ask Zongo and see what he has to say. All right, Zongo, you're up, man.
What's up, Zongo? Zongo, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Shout out to you, Kala. Shout out to you, Jamal. Kala, it's been a while.
Oh yeah.
I saw a video back in Liberia. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, we had a good time. I
it looks
took
like you had a great time. I was expecting
I
you
was
guys
there
to
for a
have a
whole
show.
month. I was there for a month. I just did the tour for 7 days. It was 7 days. I took 7 days out of my stay over there to do the tour of money. I paid for the tour.
That
You
was
know, so
great. That was great. I think you really did great.
yeah, so I had
Actually, I think yeah, I think yeah. I think right now, like you just it kind of seems to me like you just don't talk for talking sake. You actually, put in the actions, which is a really great thing, right? But anyway, I wasn't, I didn't know like what the conversation was about. I think,
it's like Black America's burden. There's a burden on Black America to keep this Pan African thing going and keep
uh,
Black unity and the global image of Black people. It's like when something goes down as far as that, those Africans don't think racism affects them. But we understand it does, right? U.S. foreign policy towards Africa. It's racist, racist as
yeah,
hell.
yeah.
You know
But
how
Kyle,
hard it is for African to get inside the United States with a visa, you
yeah,
know?
exactly. But Kyle, like, don't you think, with the issue of Tyler, I slightly disagree with you with your explanation about the colored people in South Africa, because from my understanding, it's just like a racial classification or category of people coming from multi ethnic, mixing of different type of people. Like let's say, like an African marrying a European, and then Asian. You know,
Yeah,
someone
there's a
kind
whole
of
bunch
yeah,
of people. So they
but,
that's that's their identity.
yeah.
Mixed race
So
people.
what you have to understand is that the way black has been classified in the U.S. is not the same um, in other places, right? So she saying that should like
Well, look,
eventually
I agree. Look, I agree. Look, I agree with her. I'm not mad at her.
exactly.
I'm
The
not
thing
agree with
is,
her
instead
because
of
I
just
understand
jumping that,
what she's saying.
you said, "Oh, wait a minute. It looks like the way we perceive blackness is not what other groups in other places perceive
So
blackness.
see, I always
So
knew.
you guys don't get fooled by people acting to be part of you when in fact they don't think like you. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you trust me. I trust me. Years
In
ago,
a way,
right?
in the way, if you watch the interview, she didn't know how to say it. It means, oh man, if this lady doesn't fuck with people like us, then we shouldn't be paying money to go watch her shows or something, like, because she doesn't really
I mean, you
identify.
can appreciate her as an artist, but you understand something. This is how America is. America is like this. America always gonna make you choose your race. You know,
Exactly.
America. That's the way America is. Back in the days, right? Look at her and look at Lena Horne. Lena Horne was like a freaking white woman, but she knows
Hmm.
she couldn't pass into white. White was like an exclusive club, so she
Yeah,
had to go with being black.
and
Okay,
the way you can tell that is maybe in America, because America, like, they've gone through this struggle in the past, and they've outgrown this level. In other countries, still like a learning phase within other places in different within other groups in different countries, right? And I'll give you one prime example, right? Because you do realize, like, this some part in Kenya, like in Mombasa, they have a people like Tyler over there. People are mixed with Arabs, like multi racial groups to kind of look a little lighter, right? and they coexist in Kenya, right? But when they travel, because I went to university in Cyprus, right? When they travel for the first time in a different, like in a predominantly white society, what they witness is that those, the lighter ones, they tend to have more preferential like treatment towards like the other darker Kenyans, and that's how they started to feel like, oh, I kind of feel like I'm better than you.
Yeah, that's what it is. White people play. White people. Look, let me tell you something. White people play this color game between black people and whatnot. And the bottom line, some black people say, you know something, right? I'm gonna take the white people gonna treat me better and give me certain things and lay off me and whatnot. We're only human. They're
Yeah,
gonna be like, okay, let me ride this light skin thing out. I know a lot of people do that. They
yeah,
talk all that,
exactly.
or they basically, you see a lot of light skinned people try to be real black, pro black militant and whatnot. That's just basically their white guilt. You ever see,
Yeah,
especially light skinned girls, right? They'd be like, "Oh, she's just so beautiful." I'm like, "No, she's not."
yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
See, I've seen dark skinned girls that are beautiful. She's not one of them. Oh, she's beautiful. What makes her beautiful? Because you feel guilty about being light skinned. So every black woman is and then you gotta get me to admit that she's beautiful and whatnot. I had that with my ex-girlfriend. She was a light skinned girl. She's like, "Oh,
Mhm.
she's beautiful. That you think she's beautiful?" No.
Yeah.
And I said, "No." I
Yeah,
said,
I think the way like the whole media, the whole like people were trying to claim her, and she was trying to distinguish herself. I mean, yeah, if she had made that remark over there and she made a little mistake, man, I think,
and what gets me is now if she was a dark skinned girl from Nigeria, right? No one would even care. You said, "Well, I don't consider myself black. I'm a whatever like that. I'm a Yoruba or whatever like that." No one, it wouldn't even make the news, you know,
yeah,
because she has something that Black America covets, that light skin.
yeah,
Black people want to claim her. Oh man, when she says
exactly.
no,
Cause I mean, like this lady, what's her name? Aya, like Star. I mean, she looked like a typical like Black American, but you don't see people speaking about her beauty and all stuff like that. Cause for some reason, Tyler, what is really, giving her like momentum and like more
she's
like
light skinned.
popularity. Yeah,
She's light skinned. Black
light
people.
skin and beauty.
Yeah, the bottom line is this, man. Black people and their love for light skinned people and this obsession with light skin is the death of us, man. You can't talk about fighting no white supremacy, no Pan African. We belong with color struck,
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, we're
yeah,
along with color struck, man. So as I said, Umar Johnson talking about Bronny James, little Bronny James, a kid. So what he's dating white girls. I mean, the bottom line is even if you don't date white girls, he's gonna be dating these light skinned girls. But what's the difference? The black race is still being degraded. You're never gonna see Bronny James with a dark skinned girl. His family makes $2 million a week. He got all that money and everything. A good looking kid. That's the way it is. Our world worships white light
yeah. It's
skin.
gonna be hard, especially lives in Hollywood. The people with the most wealth are mostly,
Yeah. That's what I'm
white.
saying. That's what
Yeah,
white and light skin and mixed people.
I was at work. I think I went to a meeting somewhere um in King County in Washington State. I mean, mostly like the white people. I mean, a lot of them know LeBron James. Like they know his kid. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, he's really known by not just among like Black
Yeah,
Americans,
when
but
you're rich like that, you're gonna have access to rich white people.
yeah,
They're gonna date your daughter. The kids are gonna date whatever like that because it's a money thing. Now, thing is now if Bronny James worked at Burger King,
hmm
it was put in
oh
for
no,
civil service at his local post office. He wouldn't have no one be talking about he's did with snow bunnies. They wouldn't have no interest in him. So we can't use that as a thing. But another thing, black people are so caught up in celebrities. The average person, black person in America, don't have to worry about this issue. Ain't no white blonde chick for the most part.
wait,
I mean,
wait, wait. What you mean? Do you mean like what is being projected in media? Like it's all about celebrities or every?
celebrities, black people in America are
Hmm.
obsessed with what celebrities do. We're obsessed with it. Oh, Brian James, he got to do this one. Who cares? He's a celebrity. He's in a different
Mm,
category than the average black person. The average black person is trying to work and feed his family. You
yeah,
know,
exactly. Yeah.
We have bread and butter issues to worry about, you know. And this guy, LeBron James, worth $1 billion, you know. And
Yeah,
so
I do. Yeah,
his
I
son got a
actually.
contract with the LA Lakers. So these people are set. They ain't worried about what the average black person is worried about. You know, they live in a different world. They live in a different world than the average black person lives in, you know, working class black people live in, you know, so like this. But the thing is about Tyler is now black people for the most part, right? What we always pride ourselves was music. Okay, she was like she's doing black music. So when people listen to our music, oh, she's popular and everything like that, right? We like taking pride in the fact that people like we think that translates to us. We see LeBron James, a good basketball player, we feel better about ourselves. And when we see people like Beyonce, you know, up there and whatnot, we're like, oh wow, she's one of us. Blah 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 blah. And what happened was, I think with Tyler, right, that sort of broken that. She's saying, I'm not one of you, and that's not fair to her because she's right. She's classified as colored, you know, and
But
she's
wait, color. I want to ask you because isn't like at some point in time in American history, uh, the there was a period where the intellectuals did identify black people as colored too. Like I've seen it in
okay.
some of the writing.
Back in those days, you had people who it first started with the mixed race black people in
Hmm.
America.
Hmm.
See, you got to say something how in America works, right? The black people in America are more unified based on color and stuff like that, right? So they call anybody who was black colored, right? So he's like, color, you're a colored man, you know? So you had people who, like Adam Clayton Powell, who passed for white, but he was a colored, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And so since we culturally, Black America is homogeneous, we're the most homogeneous group of people on the planet, probably, you know? So since we share the same culture, you go down south, right? You got Creole people. I got my family down there, Creole people and everything like that. They got real pale skin, but if you listen to them talk, you swear they was from Africa. You know, where the way they talk and what they eat and stuff like that. They're basically Africans. You know, black
Hmm.
people. You know, but the thing is, in America, that's what it was. We like in the Caribbean, it's different where you have some colored people in the Caribbean, they're on separate category, and then you have the darker skinned people who basically got their own thing. In America, because we were the minority, it forced black people together, you know, and there was a lot of interracial intermarriage between people who were mixed ancestry and people who were not mixed ancestry, and we all went to the same churches, we went to the same fraternities, everything like that. We lived as one community, you know, even though racially you may have somebody. I remember I was going to church when I was a kid. You have somebody such and such and such, she's pale yellow, and such and such is jet black right next to her, and they're first cousins, you know. That's
Yeah.
Black America. Yeah, that's Black
Yeah,
America.
I've seen that in one of like my my exes that I dated. Like she's light skinned, but on her mom's side of the family, you see dark, like they might qualify for people from Africa too, but it's like Black
Right, right.
American.
So therefore, that's Black
It's,
America.
yeah.
You know, so we basically have that in Black America. We say if you're black, you're black. You know, and we had that one drop rule and stuff like that. So the white, what kept it going is that there was a time where you had no choice. You could not go into the
Mm.
white side of things because white people didn't want you unless you were white. You know, so you
So
had no
how
choice but to make it in Black society.
how come like the lighter ones tend to have like the like a preferential treatment over like the black. I mean, even like in conversation, they tend to be eulogized over like darker skin ones within the black community. Something that I
But
noticed.
I just think it's just aesthetics. You know, people look at light skin and they say, "Oh, that person is different. He's pretty," or just like somebody in white community may say, "Oh, she got blonde, blue eyes." It just unfortunately that's the way it is. The colorism and
Is this
stuff like that.
something? Is this something um, that could be as a result of like living in a predominantly white society?
Yeah, I believe even if you lived in now, an example of this is I noticed how in Liberia, right?
Hmm.
If, uh, and I studied this in Liberia, right? That did not exist in Liberia because the ex slaves who came over from Liberia, the darker skinned people were the majority, you
Hmm.
know, And so the power structure in Liberia, right, couldn't set up a color based caste system, right, because they needed the unified thing. As long as we live in a society where we feel like the near I God to thee, like white people,
Hmm.
it's always going to be like that. As long as we live in America, right,
Yeah. It's always
white
going.
people are the power. It's always going to feel like it is. But if you set up black people in their own society where they're like this, and I know for a fact when I was studying Liberia, I said, yeah, somebody's light skinned, but like that. But the bottom line is that, I seen people who are darker skinned outrank them in far as money and education. He became this and everything like that. He towered over this person. And like when Barkley beat Tubman, Barkley was a very light skinned man,
Hmm.
and Tubman was a very dark man, but he won, you know. And so therefore that Liberia was more advanced than Black America in that regard,
Yeah.
because they were in their own society. But in America, we always think that if we put the light skinned person out front, you know, that's going to be better for the whole community. That's why we have the Thurgood Marshalls and the Adam Clayton Powells and all these other people, even like Farrakhan. Like we just think,
Hmm.
oh yeah, white people. He's really pale, close to white, so he must know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I've
Exactly.
heard some people say that that's the reason why they chose Malcolm X to be the national spokesman of the Nation of Islam, because they said, and some people also said that the reason why Garvey failed because he was too black.
Oh, really?
I've
That's
heard
really interesting.
I heard that before. It broke my heart when I heard that. That was back in the late 80s when somebody said that. They said it was like, well, the black people were not ready for him because he was just too black, you know? And I was like, that's not what happened. The government
But
put
what
that.
about Muhammad Khalid? Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah, Khalid, let's see, that's another
That's a
person. That's
yeah.
another one. People said Khalid was just angry, blah, 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 stuff like that. And they said Khalid was just too
But
black.
it was very. I think he was a very smart man.
He was brilliant. He was more smart than Farrakhan, you
Yeah.
know? But the bottom line is, that color thing is real, even in so-called black nationalist movements, right? Farrakhan was over Khalid Muhammad, because Farrakhan
I
got
don't
the
think the color thing is just only. I mean, even in Africa, it's still a thing over there. In Africa.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, in
but
Africa,
but the downside of that, they are the minority, and usually, I mean, I get it. Like sometimes within movies, they tend to project them a lot more. Like I mean, maybe in Nigeria, but where I grew up in Ghana, sometimes if the black are the majority, generally the lighter ones will tend to follow the ways of the darker ones because they're the majority regardless.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you're a minority and there's no power structure to boost you up, you just fall in line. But
Exactly.
in America, it's not like that. There's real privilege in being light skinned in America. That's real. I'm not gonna lie to you or not.
In
You
present
know,
time.
present time, it's going to be like as long
Wait,
as
wait,
white.
when it comes to dating or just seeking for
No, just
employment opportunity?
anything. In America, like black people, no matter how much black people say they have success, you got to have inroads into the white society, right? Like being doing business, do anything like that, right? Black people don't trust black people who can't navigate into mainstream society, just white, but Asians, everybody else, And they said the best candidate for doing that are light skinned people because they figure that light skinned people are more acceptable. They can move in circles that dark skinned people. If you have a business person, I bet you any amount of money, if you have a black corporation, right? And
Hmm.
you need somebody to be your spokesman to reach out to different banks, investors, whatever like that. That person's that dude's gonna be a high yellow dude with green eyes and shit.
Kyle, what about people like Ben Carson? If like there've been quite a number
Yeah,
of
there's people that
ones.
make it yet on their merits. That's why I don't understand black people when they come at somebody like Ben Carson. I said to get where he's at, being a dark skinned black man, you got to give him credit. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. I
So
know
well,
you don't like Thomas Sowell, but I mean he also is someone that's been very respected as one of like intellectual economists in America. A lot of people listen to him, just not only
who's this?
Thomas Sowell.
Thomas
I
Sowell.
know, I know ideologically you guys differ, right? But I mean it's
Sowell. is I'll say this right here on the record. My problem with Thomas Sowell is that he doesn't hold white people or racism at all. He would point out, and I agree with a lot of times when he talks about black people and the issues of black people. I agree with him, right? But at the same time, but he never mentions the fact that black people, when a black man bought 400 acres of land in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood, Archer, and Pritchard, like the Gap Band, Greenwood, Archer, and Pritchard, and they built Black Wall Street, where it's this bustling commerce center, and black people in Oklahoma had oil wells and farms. They come there and straight. We had on commodities exchange. We had all banks, everything like that. And white people looted and burned it to the ground and whatnot. So, and not just that. In Wilmington, North Carolina, we had a thriving community that was burned to the ground. Durham, North Carolina, burned to the ground. You know, Forsyth County, Georgia, burned to the ground. All these things crippled us into our thing. So when by the time the 1960s rolled around, you know, Black America was like, whoa, we were punch drunk. But he just make it seem like we were just not trying and stuff like this. And the bottom line, even though white people let off in the 60s, right, and said, let's say, okay, that was too late. You know, there was no redress. Just last week, a week ago, the last survivor of Black Wall Street, Tulsa, was denied reparations. You know how much black people lost? They could have did symbolically do the right thing, even though she's 100 and something years old. You know, she's on her last years. They still said that was okay. The white mob who burned Greenwood, Archer, Pritchard down did nothing wrong. See, Thomas Sowell don't talk about stuff like that. That's why I make you just a gentleman. He panders to white people, you know, white people, white racists and everything. He says a lot of good stuff. He's a brilliant man, but the bottom line, he's biased.
Really? I mean,
think about it. How come he never says, you know, look, white people, they're racist. You know why? Because they said, why do white people do it? Because there's this unwritten rule in America that America belongs to white people. And the only time black people can live in this country is that they're suffering. But the thing is, every system that you create, right, it's always vulnerabilities in it. You know, it's always vulnerabilities in it. White supremacy in America was not invincible, right? Black people basically learned how to navigate and survive in white supremacy. And then when we play by their rules, right? We played by their rules and we won. We bought land, built communities, and everything. You said you don't want nothing to do with us, right? So we built our own schools, we built our own factories, whatever like this. And still, after we played by your rules, right? We stayed away from your women. We married our own women, everything like that. We raised our family. That wasn't enough. They still came and destroyed it. You know?
Yeah, I mean about Kyle, I mean this besides Souls, there's a few other intellectuals from the black community that have also, you know, spoken vehemently against the culture of the black community, like people like, you know, what's his name? Something Glenn Maury or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have legitimate criticism of Black America.
Yeah.
The question people ask, how did we get here? How did we get here? Black people, you know how much land black people owned right after slavery and because of millions of acres of land where black people used to own in America, right? All that land was systematically taken away. Highways, bulldozed through it, eminent domain, all stuff like this, right? I remember there was a story of Nicodemus in Kansas, right? Black people went out there to build a settlement. When they couldn't go to Liberia, they went out there in Kansas, right? They had Kansas people went out there, built a settlement. White people built the railways around it. So basically, this in the post office, they would just do evil things, and the town ended up dying. But there's people still going back there now to rebuild what was thing. That could have been a thriving town. You know how many black towns in America, Black America built in Alabama, all throughout, even upstate New York, like that. It was thriving black towns in America. You know, yeah. So So the bottom line is there's a lot. Mufasa, I don't know who this guy, the guy is Mufasa. Maybe he come up here and tell us, right? There's a lot of people, Zongo, that say what they know white people want to hear. You know, now there's honestly legitimate criticism. Nobody criticized black people more than other black people, right? You know, I'm like this. I'm trying to de-Negroify Black America. You know, I believe in. I hold black people responsible, but I put it in perspective. You know, I understand that
Yeah,
we're
kind of someone like, you know, someone being like being raised a Muslim, like, um, I don't I mean to say all Muslims like that, but I'm the kind of person that, I like, constructive like criticism. I want you to hold me accountable. Like,
there's,
I don't
there's,
see
there's
I
a
don't
lot.
see any issue. I don't see any issue with people doing stuff like that. I
Well,
don't,
there's a lot of people who hold Black America accountable. We do it every day. You know,
especially
we
coming
do
from
it in
my
our
own people.
families. We do it and stuff like this. But the problem is like this. Like when Giuliani gets up and says, "This black community just failed," we forget about the fact that white America, for the first half of the 20th century, waged war on Black America. You know, we're the only group of people that was bombed from the air. You know, by a thing. You ever see the Gap Band song "You Dropped the Bomb on Me"?
Hmm.
That's what that was all about. We were the only people we were the only community that was a bomb. They leveled our whole community out of meanness, you know. So they did all these evil things to us and then red light.
Hey, Kyler, you know that was just a myth, right? That Gap Band, you dropped the bomb on me. You know that wasn't real, right?
Well, why did they have it in the video?
You dropped the bomb on me. I don't think that was in the video. He explained it. Gap Band explained it. That had
Yeah,
nothing to do with.
but Gap Band stands for Greenwood Archer and Pritchard.
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with the bombing. It was about a girl, you know.
Oh, I know that, but it was a double entendre, double meaning.
Yeah, exactly right. The one in
But he
Tulsa.
did. Yeah, but he never said it was a double entendre.
Yeah,
According
I
to
heard it was a double entendre. You dropped the bomb on me
nah.
like this.
Somebody. You know the online conspiracy theories. You know what I mean? Somebody.
Jamal, was that the one in Tulsa, Oklahoma? Was
It was
it
in
about?
Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah.
Well,
It was about a girl. Yeah, you're right.
yeah,
It
but
was about a girl.
they was trying to equate it. They was trying to equate it to the Philadelphia bombing in '86. That's what they was trying to.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
really?
That's what they was trying to
Yeah.
equate it to.
No, in fact, do you know like they teach us about this stuff like in at the workplace here in Washington State, like stuff like that about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yes, man.
Nobody, no, that Philadelphia bombing was a different case because
Yeah,
No, no,
but that's
no. Wait,
that
wait.
yeah.
was a different, that
Wait,
was
wait.
a different case.
Kala,
They bombed the innocent people that weren't doing nothing. You know,
Kala.
also those people, in Philadelphia, those dudes with the move people were asking for it. You know,
Ka-
they were asking for it.
Yeah, the one in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Like we do actually training on that at the workplace. At a state agency here in Washington State. Man,
So the bottom line is, white people have never taken account for the brutality. They say, "Oh, we had the Klan and whatnot." No, there wasn't. Don't they always want to put it on one group of people, just like they try to put every racist incident in America on Donald Trump. They want to basically say, "Oh, so we get rid of Donald Trump, racism is going to go away." That's what black people thinking right now, stupidly. Yeah, he's the cause of all the problems in
I mean,
America.
Kala, what do you mean exactly when you say Black Americans burden? You mean like they take the burden of the whole like the
What I'm
across the
saying is,
across the
this war
uh-huh.
against the black race. There's a prevailing notion out there that the black race is inferior. That's out there. Like I said, they don't say it in front of you because you're African, whatever like that. They play in front of you, but I've heard it all my life. They tell us that we're lucky that the slavery
Yeah, yeah,
happened
yeah.
and stuff
You're
like
right.
that.
You're right.
That we're better than Africans. We've been told that our whole life. That Africa is a freaking hell and whatnot. It'll never have civilization. It never will. It's a disgusting place, whatever like that. You're glad to be out of there. And
So
you
where do you get that information from? Was it in school or something?
but that's hold up. It does not matter where it comes from. That's what, even though white people, even if they know better, some of the same white people will go to Africa on vacation and everything and come back and still say the same thing. They're in. You don't understand the race war we're in. You have to have. The white man has to have someone to deal with, you know. And you guys don't understand that, It doesn't. Black Africans think, oh, once white people come here and see that we got roads and they say we got a little bit of infrastructure and everything like that, they'll change their mind. No, they don't care how much do. Like, let me give you an example. There's one video going out here now saying the African right is not burdened with anything. The white man in America had to invent the car. He had to invent electricity. He had to invent the power grid. He had to do all the stuff like this, the telephone, all stuff like this. He said Africans don't have to do nothing but just copy what we did, and they still can't do that. This is the way they think. This is what white people think, and that's
I
why
mean,
it's hard for Africans to get loans. It's hard for anybody to take Africans serious when it comes to investment and stuff like that because they fundamentally believe that Africans are inferior. And we try to fight against that all the time. And Africans like, oh well, no. That's what I mean by the burden is on us, because Africans don't lift a finger in fighting against their own oppression. There's a reason why there's no investments in Africa. Africans can't get the same loans that they gave to Asia and Eastern Europe to develop and stuff like that. Why Africa can't industrialize and everything like that. Why all this stuff like that. Why Europeans don't put their manufacturing on the continent, right? Why is Africa still a net exporter of extraction materials? Not only does Africa still rely on extraction, right? But they don't even export the raw materials themselves. It's foreign companies that extract, and just tell what the Africans what they took and say, hey, this is a little bit of money for you to run your country. That's humiliating. It's a degrading system, like Jerry Rawlings said.
I think it's the economic model that they adopted.
No, it's not adopted. It's that they choose to do it because that's what Europeans fundamentally think of Africans. You're useless.
No. What I mean to say, for instance, in the country of Ghana, right? They adopted capitalism.
But that's not capitalism because there's no capital coming in Africa. Now, Jerry Rawlings spoke about this years ago.
What I mean to say is a free market economy means everybody that have the finance can always invest in the country's economy.
Yeah, but the thing is though, when Europeans invest in a country, Asian invest in a country, they come in there through diplomatic channels, right? They know what they're going to invest in. They know what they're going to do and stuff like this, and they know how they're going to get a return on their investment and everything. They don't even bother thinking Africa is worth that risk, And so, therefore, like Jerry Rawlings once said, he said, look, we have to have an agreement that lets us keep our dignity. He said that years ago. That was back in the 90s. And I'll never forget what he said. I said, what is he talking about? So I began investigating, right? I said, yeah.
Wait, when was that? When he met with Farrakhan or what?
Yeah, it was around that time period because Farrakhan came there and lit the place up, man.
yeah. Man, even Rawlings himself was impressed with Farrakhan.
And so he said, yeah, man, we got to rise above this ignorance.
I think he hasn't seen someone that was a good orator like Farrakhan.
Yeah, but Rawlings basically was
like, like Rawlings himself is not a smart man. Like he's not really.
He's not. He wasn't smart, but he was just like
he was like a dictator. He's just a military guy that came to power as a result.
He was a moron, but the bottom line, he was a good man though.
He was. Yeah.
He was a good man though. So the bottom line, he said, we got to rise above this ignorance. He said, we're ignorant people. And so the bottom line is when Farrakhan said, look, man, why are you letting these people do this? You should be manufacturing your stuff. And like, yeah, man, but but nothing. Farrakhan just told him, look, this is ridiculous. You're never gonna rise out of poverty in this situation. And Jerry Rawlings said, yeah, we gotta rise. We gotta learn to keep our dignity and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right now, Europeans coming there taking raw materials and giving them pittance. That's undignified,
Yeah. So wait. The thing is, whom do you blame? Do you blame the African leaders or the people? Because the people back home, they don't actually know what is going in the outside world. Like someone has to feed them with those information in order for them to see what is going on outside of the world.
I think, and the problem is that people equate Pan-African with a bunch of radicals, right? Even though they love their brothers and sisters from America, that so-called Pan-Africans, right? They don't think Pan-Africans from America could bring home the bread and butter. That's what the problem is.
Okay.
They don't think that they think that they always say the year of return. You know what that was geared towards? Attracting people like Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey and stuff like that.
I mean, not really. Just attracting people with the capacity to be able to invest in the economy.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, you know what the investment was? You coming over there spending your money, and if nothing got done. I know so many people that went over there with $100,000 with nothing. You came back with nothing. But there was a lot of Ghanaians who basically was like this because for yourself, when you're in Africa, motherfuckers be surviving on $1 here, $1 there.
But Carla, you are in the insurance industry. You do understand that someone with some kind of business acumen or some kind of experience investing in an industry before moving to go into a country obviously you do some kind of research, right? Because Ghana,
Yeah.
for instance, they have like Ghana investment, agency whereby they will show you like areas within the
Let me ask
industry
you a
in the
question. Let me ask
economy
you,
that is
here's
rocking.
the thing I want to know, right? This is right here would be a game changer. Is Ghana serious about raising the standard of living? What will Ghana do to raise the standard of living of every Ghanaian? If every Ghanaian had a refrigerator, had running water, everything. If that was a goal, like Paul Kagame doing everything, you would have an economy that would be growing so fast that Black people from America could just get right in and whatnot and fit in. But when you got people that's still living on subsistence and stuff like that,
No, there's a lot of running water.
yeah, but no, that's not enough. When I say running, I mean it's standard. 99% of people are on the grid. 99% of people live in houses where instead of you basically have to go spend 20 hours a day cooking and gathering food and everything, you got refrigerations, you got all the stuff like that that you do in the modern world. And
Yeah,
people
but
live
most
in densely
people,
populated areas.
most people have like refrigerator back home though. Like most people really do have it.
There's a lot of people who don't. Let's be
No,
honest.
they do have it. I mean, Carla, trust me, born and raised in Ghana, like you know, I think some of like the challenges they have, I would say like,
You need densely populated area.
wait, wait, wait,
Africans have to learn how to expand vertically.
wait. I
A
mean,
lot of
Carla,
Africans don't want to do that. You got to admit
Carla,
that.
it's the mentality because a lot of the times you see people coming from the west. I mean, because the thing is like, what is the like what is considered the best way of living? That I think that is the ultimate question. You know,
People want to
because
big. I've seen Black people in America build these big ridiculous houses in Ghana, and I'm saying to myself, "You like fucking clowns." They didn't own nothing in America, but they want this big giant mansion in Ghana.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
because
dude,
and I'll give you an example. So even most people like for me coming and having traveled, like I've been to Cyprus and I had to travel from my country to see. Man, we got a long way to go, right? So I read about history of other countries and so how.
look at like the
Kyla,
Middle
let me
East.
finish. Kyla, let me
Okay,
finish.
good, good.
So like, to the point I'm saying, sometimes you do kind of get some kind of pressure, like even people over here, the it's lucrative to build your own house as opposed to staying in a more like in a more like community based estate built by a real estate company. You do face those kind of pressures, and the question that comes to mind is like, okay, you build these big mansions, like the water, like where does the water come from? When you
Where does the electricity come from?
the sewage is where does it go? Like people don't think about stuff like that. Like what about your neighbors? Like you happen to be the most rich person in the neighborhood, like you're gonna attract a lot of people to come and steal your stuff. People
Yeah,
don't think from that
and I'm saying
angle, but
this: if Africans basically would move into like the Asians did, into like condominiums and high rise apartments and everything, you would lift the standard of living of millions of people up overnight. But everybody in Africa, they want a big house and they're spanning horizontally, and that's a strain. That's following the European model and the American model. That's putting a strain on infrastructure and everything. You could put more buildings vertically in a square mile than you could if everybody had a house and stuff like this. You have more people and more densely populated areas and everything like that. So then you have one centralized water system, one centralized waste management system,
Mhm.
garbage collection, everything in one area, and everything.
Exactly right. Yeah,
You know, but the bottom line is, like I said, and the Black people from America are not helping Ghana at all. They're going over there with these big ideas. Oh, look at all this vast land. Yeah,
because a lot of people just want to like replicate what has been done in the West without having to think that does it make economic sense to the people back home.
no.
Because it almost seems like most of like this, houses that they build in, the average person living over there cannot afford it. It's pretty much being built for people from the West to come and buy and
And
occupy.
a lot of times they don't even finish the project. It's like you take
No,
it.
I mean the real estate companies that they advertise, on YouTube. You do see that those like and they sell like $300,000 for it.
Yeah, but yo, are you
Man,
kidding me?
the average person from back home wouldn't be able to afford stuff like that. So it still have that kind of like income inequality. Yeah, I think I mean, Ghana has a long way to go. If you ask me personally, I think they have to,
There's a lot. You know what the problem is?
yeah,
And I've seen in Ghana, there's not a lot of practicality and common sense and a lot of vanity.
what
Everybody
you
wants.
mean? Can you expound on that?
Vanity is this, right? Vanity is this, right? When you build what thing I do love about Liberia. Liberians are very basic. Yeah, they love the basic shit. And you could live Liberia's the type of culture where you could just have a small house or a small apartment. You go out in the city and you feel just as comfortable, and you don't need to feel like you'll be in a big mansion or whatever like that. It's nice, but what I'm seeing in Ghana is everybody. You got these bougie black people and whatnot want to be like this. They have nothing in America, right? They never own anything in America. Yet they want to go to Ghana and show off like they got this big house they're building.
You mean the
And
Africans going back? We mean African Americans going
both
back.
of them. And they look so freaking ridiculous, when it comes
Yeah.
down to it. Instead of just basically going over there, I would just rent. If you want to live in Ghana so bad, just get an apartment. You could save so much money, $250 a month, pay it up for a year, and you're good. Make sure you got, and then the essentials. Make sure you got running water, a toilet that works. You can flush a toilet that works. Shower, refrigeration, or waste disposal, and all stuff like this. Those are the things you need, And then you take time, and you got a secure fence where you feel you're safe. Then
But
you could enjoy living in Africa and
but
everything.
you know what, Kyla, what I've seen, in my little small sample size, in my little world, I'm seeing a lot of whether it's African Americans, Pan Africans, people that's trying to find themselves. What they're doing is they want to live off the grid. For whatever reason, I see this fascination with lowering your standard of
Yeah,
living.
they don't
Right?
want to pay bills. They don't
They
want to
don't
pay
want to pay bills, right? We should live off the grid, Kyle. I don't think we should be able to pay, the lighting bill.
the
They're
light
trying
bill.
to avoid
Trying
the
to
light
escape that
bill,
light
right?
bill. Negroes been trying to escape that light bill for 100 years.
Was that here in the
Yeah.
U.S. or something?
In the U.S., Negroes are trying to get out of the light bill. Hey, look, that light bill's coming every month. It hasn't stopped. So they think they can have a grand idea that they're gonna get a solar panel and live in Ghana. You know,
Well, this illegal connection where I used to work in back in Springfield, Missouri, like people used to steal electricity. It's a poverty mindset. I used to think it was just only in
ignorant
Ghana.
mindset.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think mostly it was in the poor areas. And sometimes people that tend to live beyond their means, uh, they tend to want to
Yeah, like I said, vanity.
yeah,
Vanity is vanity. Instead,
yeah, I
instead,
agree.
instead of saying, "Look, I could live in this part of town," instead of making the poor neighborhood, Black America, if Black America would make these poor neighborhoods safe, right, and clean, they could live in there. But you got Black people living in neighborhoods that they can't afford and shit, and stuff like this. They always live behind it because they got to impress the person. I live out here. You can't afford to live out here. You know what I'm saying? So why don't you just go back to the hood, fix that shit up, And now what happens is white people are moving in, taking and regentrifying. You complain they're regentrifying my own neighborhood and whatnot. Yeah, because me, my brother and whatnot, we just bought a house with flipping in it used to be a predominantly black. It is a black neighborhood, but there's so many properties that were abandoned because the neighborhood got violent and crime and Black people start moving out, or the people that had it before didn't pass on their kids. The kids like, I ain't moving in that shit. So white people moving in. They don't know the neighborhood was bad. Fun thing about all you need is like the neighborhood dynamic, say like 20% white. And right away loans start coming in and some of everything. Streets start getting paved and
Yeah.
everything like that. And the white people like, oh, this was the hood? I didn't know. All I know is I got a brand new house or whatnot rebuilt. Yeah, some Black people used to live in there. It used to be a time, Zongo, where a white person would not buy no house that was lived in by Black people. See, if you're a Black person, you want to sell your house, you have to sell to another Black people because white people would not buy from Black people, at all.
Oh, if so, sometimes they might probably sell like they buy the houses of Black people at a lower price rate, right? I think
Yeah,
I read about it.
or basically sometimes even to this day, the realtor will hide all the Black pictures in the house or the Black figurines, so
Yeah.
people don't know it's a Black family that lives there now or whatever like
Well,
that.
in Washington State, they passed a bill to kind of correct that act, actually. So if you were impacted in those days, you can actually apply to get a check from that here in Washington State.
It's just, but the bottom line, you can't stop the racist heart. It's not gonna. You could get all the check you want, but the racist is always gonna be there, and that's the way
But
it is in America.
I
You
just say
know.
it's not meant for everybody. You have to demonstrate that your family, or like you were impacted during those days, like
Yeah, and that's
in order
hard
to
to
get.
prove. That's really hard to prove. It's just simply like, yo, they walk up there, they see you black in there. Oh, well, no, we'll give you this for the price. It's like half of what you think, and you ain't gonna get no equity or something like that. And there's a
Mhm.
lot of black people get cheated out of their house because of this. But
Yeah,
that's
but
what
I
it
have
is.
a question. I have a question, right, for you and Jamal, right? Now you saying like you guys have the burden, like I mean to some extent, of course. I mean we don't have to. You have to acknowledge the reality, because if you visit modern like Western countries, you compare to Liberia and the rest of West African countries that you've been, or even the whole African countries at large, you see that both societies are diametrically opposite in terms of infrastructural like development and advancement in their way of doing things, right? So I mean, of course, so having to live in the West, you tend to get that kind of blame. Oh, people that look like you are not really, on par with their fellow white counterparts. Right? So many tend to disassociate themselves from people from the motherland, right? So the question I have with you is like, do you think maybe the people back home, they really are comfortable with their way of life and they have no issues in trying to emulate what has been happening
Well,
elsewhere?
like I said,
Or
me
you
and Paul
think you
talking about
think that they actually have to compete, in terms of.
this is what we're talking about. I believe that we live in a modern world, right? Can we agree that we people need the basics, right? Right. When I was in Morocco, right, I was amazed how modern that shit is. I was driving through Casablanca. I was like, holy shit,
Well, you had a
this
layover over there or what?
layover, yeah.
Okay.
So they gave me a hotel room. You know,
Also, you went inside. Yeah, I remember. Like I had the same thing when I took the Egyptian airline too. You get to go to
and I'm
Egypt
saying to
and
myself, and I said, I'm driving around. We're driving around Casablanca, and I'm like, damn, this is Africa. This is on the African continent. And I'm saying to myself, so it's a mindset. What is it about? And not only that, right? The people at the airport were so respectful. They were like, "Hey, how you doing, sir?" Blah blah. The people, the women, the Moroccan women, the men, they were just so respectful. They were
Mhm.
like, "Welcome to Morocco, welcome here." But they were outside when I was waiting for my bus to take me to the hotel. They were just sitting around me talking like the Uber drivers and whatnot. I said, "Hey, how you doing? You from America?" Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you from? I said, "Well, I'm from New York or Virginia." Oh yeah, I hear your accent. You from New York, whatever like that. They were just sitting there kicking on me and whatnot, right? Now, same time, I get to Liberia one night, and this motherfucker, and I told my friend that's now on the airline board there right now. I said, you gotta do something about these people in the airline. This dude was rude as hell, man. Like, come on, man, you holding the line up, man.
What you mean, like where at the?
At the end when I went to Liberia,
Oh, you mean like the regular people working at the airport or
Oh
what?
yeah, just nasty, Come on, move it, yelling and whatnot. And I say that shows you the level of civilization. The Moroccan people are just so patient. Even like Africans are hard headed. They say, yo, you can't bring. You already got enough luggage on the thing. And they still want to, because you buy stuff duty free there, right? And motherfuckers
Mhm.
want to come there and buy all this shit, right? And bring it on the thing and say that's too big to get on the plane. Motherfuckers, there was a fist fight between one of the fucking airline guys and a fucking Nigerian.
Really? That was in Liberia.
Yeah, man. I was like, God
Was
damn,
it
that
like, was it
motherfuckers.
like connected flight or what? Like he
It was a
was.
connected flight, going to.
Oh,
It
okay.
must have been Sierra Leone because
So they kind of
Liberia.
met you guys at the in
Yeah, he
Liberia
must
or
have.
what?
We going to Liberia, so it must have been Liberia. But God damn, motherfuckers hard headed, man. It's like, dude, man, they told you, you cannot bring anything else on a plane, because you're overloading the plane, They said, nah, man, blah, 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 I ain't doing shit. The guy ended up letting them on and whatnot. These guys are sitting there tussling the fucking aisle. We're trying to get on the plane. These motherfuckers are tussling in the aisle and whatnot. It's like, damn, what is the matter with our race, man?
But
Jeez.
the thing is, like, before you get on the plane, right? I mean, you have to go through the checkpoints, right? Got to do the luggage,
Yeah,
If
I
let's
know,
see,
but yeah, but there's the carry on. You got the carry on stuff.
oh, yeah, of course, the carry on. didn't you? Did he like bring more than the required weight of the
Yeah,
carry-on?
yeah. He brought this big suitcase and shit,
What?
with full of stuff that he bought in the mall in the airport, As he's gonna
Oh.
sell it, for resale. It's duty free, so he's saving money. Them motherfuckers are hard headed, man. Damn. If you wanted to do that, you could have just no, you can't get your bags off the plane, I don't know how you would have did that shit, but the bottom line is just, dude, you holding up the fucking plane by you just being stupid,
Exactly, right?
And the Moroccan people were just so nice, man. The nicest people on the friggin' planet. That was a pleasant city. I mean, you got to see Casablanca, man. You driving through there. I swear to God, out there, I was driving to Virginia Beach. I was like, damn.
Yeah,
This
but I
shit.
mean, but Kala, this is what Thomas Sowell has been talking about. It's something wrong with the culture. Something has to be fixed with the
Well,
culture.
hold on. But the thing is, Thomas Sowell understands something. He doesn't acknowledge the fact that when black people are in charge of their own shit, we build nice shit. The problem is when we live next to white people and they're able to freaking influence the negative thing like this. Like right now, white people, what you see right now, and just like even in Harlem, right? Harlem was once a beautiful place, black civilization,
Mhm.
right? But how did Harlem get our thing? White people would align themselves with the criminal element in black America and sell dope and everything, So he doesn't say about that.
I think Kala, you're missing one point, right? So a lot of time you tend to use the word like blackness, but all black people are not on the same level. They have smart ones. They are the
Yeah, but
bad
I,
ones.
what I'm saying,
So
but
you can't just mix all of them in a thriving community because they're gonna end up destroying. Because imagine bringing those gangbangers in our thriving communities, they're gonna destroy those communities.
I know that, but the bottom line is this: who gives these gangbangers a problem? Like, let me give you an example. The gangbanging culture, it would not be anything if it wasn't record companies propping them up. The shit, that's just absolute truth. If there wasn't record companies propping these people up and stuff like that, these people giving them shine, that shit would stuff like that. We would have 5% people, culture dominating Black America and love songs. But the white people decided, okay, they want to give, and the white people like DJ Vlad and other people, they have to have our music comfortable for them. What's comfortable for them is us talking about killing each other, murder, drugs, everything like this. So Thomas Sowell don't talk about that. White proximity to black people, is a problem. It's always been like that. Anytime you see black people,
But
black
Kyle, but now, I mean, you can't just see people like Vlad or Adam are the ones dominating. I mean, you see people
no,
like
but the bottom
Say
line,
Cheese.
it legitimizes a lot of
A lot of you see a lot of black bloggers in the media. They are the ones spearheading this stuff too as well.
yeah, there's black bloggers in there, but the whole thing is the big ones are the white media that push these people out there. Because what's the ultimate goal of these black bloggers? To get put on to the mainstream. That's the whole
Ex-
thing.
Yeah.
And the mainstream is the one that's going to cut them the big checks. That's what it's all about. You do your blogging and everything like that. Show you do your cooning and your shuffling, everything till the white man comes and discovers you and says, "Okay, I'm gonna take you to this level
But
right
but
here."
but Kyle, it's something I think I don't see any issues with that until they speak about like mostly about this drill music. But back in the day, it was mainly about. I mean, I remember like growing up in Africa, but we were listening to hip hop. It was mainly about rap. We just like them for their like artistic skills. The way they can.
That's what I grew up on. I grew up on skills and
Yeah,
people.
like people like Papoose. The way he used words. To rap on beats and
I
stuff
like
like that.
people like the Jizza. I like KRS One. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
People who could actually rhyme and shit like that. That's what I grew up on.
Hmm.
And beats and like the RZA and DJ Premier make the best beats.
Hmm.
That's what I grew up on. All this other stuff. Whatnot. I never got into politics. I never got into Public Enemy. I never got into politics and rap. I never got into all this stupid drama and shit like this. Jadakiss is all right, but he's just and I ain't got just dish Jadakiss, but Jadakiss is good. He's a good MC. He's a real
Yeah.
MC. Big L was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big,
Ja has to hop on the channel. Like Ja, you gotta come on the stream, Ja.
he never comes on.
He's gonna come. He's gonna come.
Yeah. But
I mean, but Kyle, you haven't actually, responded. I mean, where do we have to, upgrade the level to conform with, the
I'm not, yo, look, the average African is not going to be on African American because we're in the thick of things, right? We're in America. I get that. The average Ghanaian, you have a responsibility to deal with everybody, right? You're a free sovereign country. So
Mhm.
you have to accommodate whites, Chinese, everything like that, right? And we understand that. And that's the impasse. People are putting too much pressure on a country like Ghana, you know, to be this Pan-African thing. And they say Ghana got other obligations, you know. They got to make deals with the Chinese. They got to make deals with the Europeans. They got mouths to feed and everything like that, you know. So
Yeah.
they can't do. I understand
The
that.
average person, the average West African just wants some decent living to have too,
Yeah, so the Pan African world, where's the Pan African world going to go to as an outlet? I have no idea. I said years ago there should have been creating a Pan African state, just like you got a Jewish state.
I think Pan Africanism is gonna people are gonna believe in Pan Africanism if
There
they
should be a
had an
Pan.
economic wait,
There
if they
should
had
be.
an economic model that will help the lives of a lot of people and people who believe into
I,
that
I believe.
ideology.
I believe if there was a Pan African state in Afghanistan, a Pan African state, that would solve. That would solve all the problems. You know, and it would solve all the problems because we understand South Africa is a rainbow country. It ain't going nowhere. Which we call
Mhm.
Ghana is going rainbow, multiracial. Kenya, forget about it. The Indians are there.
No, Ghana recently passed a bill against the rainbow community.
No, I'm not talking. When I say rainbow, I mean color. Rainbow attack.
Multicultural, yeah.
Multicultural, you know, and multicultural sweeping the continent. You know, you had a white Miss Zimbabwe in Zimbabwe, black ass Zimbabwe has a blonde, blue eye Zimbabwean as Miss Zimbabwe universe. You know, so that's where we're going. You know, so what's left is to have a Pan
No,
African state.
but Zimbabwean, they've always been the white people that stayed over there.
Yeah, but the bottom line is they're not Zimbabweans; they were Rhodesians. You know,
Rhodesians, yeah.
they were invaders, you know. So people just this is what I'm talking about. The burden of Pan Africans. Like we're saying, there's no way you could talk about white people in Zimbabwe after what they did, you know.
Yeah,
After what
but I
they did.
mean, Zimbabwe accepted them before they were given freedom.
Yeah, but the bottom line is this: they were supposed to get that land back in the Lancaster Agreement, right? And they never.
We can't give them that. I think we have to face with the reality, right? Because I mean, even here in Seattle, I met a couple of white people that they were South Africans, right? I mean, it seems to me they were very proud, and people.
South Africa's a lost cause. South Africa's a rainbow nation. I'll say something about that dude Ronaldo Gauss. You know, reindeer. He used to be called reindeer and whatnot. I don't appreciate the fact that I want to be honest about shit. That thing he said where he made fuck niggas, fuck black. I, I remember the original thing he said that like 10 years ago, right? In the context he was saying it, right? Because Julius Malema was like kill the cracker, kill the Boers, and all stuff like this. He said, "What if I said fuck niggas, fuck kaffers, fuck this, that, like this? I'm gonna say fuck you." So, but they took which we call spliced up and said, "See what he just said? That's not what he said." You know, I remember the whole comment. So if you're gonna get somebody, if I'm gonna go after somebody, it's gonna be in truth, you know. And the bottom line, the white people in South Africa, they're not going nowhere. So I'm not gonna go to South Africa and talk about let's black power, black power, but it's look, tell the black South Africans, y'all gotta work that shit out with the whites in South Africa. They got the power, they control the infrastructure. Y'all gotta work something out, you know.
Carla, do you think the burden is just the entirety of Black America, or just a section of you? Because I kind of believe this.
So
Coming over here with a
Black
little
America,
experience, with
the
a little
majority
experience.
of America don't give a shit about Pan African.
Exactly, exactly. My
But
experience. I was gonna say my experience tells me the otherwise.
the majority of Black America, like when this is how Black people in Pan Africa, like this whole Tyler thing, right? Oh, you're Black. Well, that's the Pan African come out, right? Or Black people say certain things when not, right? But as far as like as their number one ideology that they go to bed tossing and turning about, Black people in America don't give a shit about Pan-Africanism and all stuff like this, you know? Come on, let me get this guy Free Ray Dread up. Let me get him up on. Let's see.
What's up, Colin? You can hear me?
What's going on, brother?
Oh man, everything good, man. Carl, I've been following you for a while, even when you was over on the Dynasty Mir show.
Oh yeah.
You seem pretty well versed in what you say, especially when it come down to the Liberia history. I made a comment in the section. I made a comment earlier asking the question. Well, I'm making a comment saying that Pan-Africanism in any form need to be rebuilt. So my question to you would be, where in Africa would be a good start?
Well, like I said, it has to be the Africans got to come. We're the ones. It's like we're building a bridge on our side, right?
Right.
The Africans got to come up with an idea that says, look, man, this is our plan. And I don't see that. 30-something years I've been in this movement, right? True. I'm saying, where is the infrastructure being built for the Black people and the millions of Black people in the West that could pour billions of dollars and not just money, but technical expertise and everything can only make Africa stronger. That's the only way Africa's ever going to be strong. If she has the 200 million people from the diaspora linked in. Right now, we're cut off from the African continent because there's no actual way of us engaging the continent. So there has to be that one state that facilitates that, and right now, no state has stepped up and said, we're going to be that springboard where the diaspora can link with this country, like that. And that would basically create a whole new paradigm of a Pan-Africa. Right now, we have nothing. The only thing we have Pan-Africa is talking online. We don't have anything. There's nothing. We talk about Pan-Africanism, but the bottom line is, when it comes down to it, we see Africans doing the same deals with the Chinese, same deal with the Indians, and the same deal with the Europeans and everything like that. And so, but we do Pan-Africanism when we do dancing and stuff like that. When it comes down to actual business and saying, look, how are we going to build Africa and stuff like that, we're not in the conversation. It's sad, That's not
and I agree. And I agree with, not to cut you off, and I agree with that fully, because I'm one of the. All right, I come from out the Rastafari segment of the Pan-African quote unquote ism. So it would be like atrocious for me to say, oh, I turn my back on Pan-Africanism, but I kind of did, because it has to be rebuilt. Now, I'm looking around the continent everywhere. I'm looking around the continent, it's like, well, I don't see, like you say, I don't see any nation reaching out, even if it was a particular city in any country. I don't see it. And and then my next question would be, well, it's like a two-part question. If there was another city inside of the continent, what would be the first steps? Like, who do we need to talk to first, or what area of government do we need to even strike interest with, or get them to strike interest with us?
The first thing to do is you got to have people willing to live there, and live there. And also you need a coordinated effort of people with skills. You can't have like this. So people are coming there, and you got electricians, you got plumbers, you got all these people coming in organized on different levels. Then you have your merchant class. And let's be honest with us, so Black America, we're not the best merchants in the world, So we find out what group of people, Black people traditionally are good merchants in the diaspora, good merchants and stuff like that, I know Jamaicans own restaurants and stuff like that, but I don't think we do, we do. Now, Africans got good merchants and everything like that, like the Fulanis and everything, they own shops and everything like that. How do we turn the African merchant class, the people who bring goods and services, right, to a level where they can compete with Indians? Because you know what's going to happen? We're going to end up having the Lebanese come over there, You see what I mean? So we can't isolate any group of Black people and in this thing, right? We have to have the people that are investors, these people that are builders, people that are facilitators, and people that do trade, people that do commerce and stuff like this. We have to have all those people lined up, and
Yeah,
then
Kyle, I wanted to say, I'm sorry to interject. You know, even the Africans, I think a lot of them, when it comes to the U.S., they don't have this mindset of calling like the U.S. as their home. They always have the idea they will eventually go back home. So the idea of having to establish something, it's not even there. You know, I don't know why a lot of
Um,
them think that way, but it's something that I tend to question them a lot. But most actually believe that hey, they're gonna retire back home, so they don't see themselves living in America for a very long time. So why would they want to establish something over
but
there?
that's
Over
that
here?
that could be a good thing, right? The people, let's say they live in America and they built relationship with black people in the West. When they go back to their country, they could say, look, this will be a nice community over here. We had it popping over in Brooklyn. We could create a little enclave right here and invite people over here to come here. We could duplicate what we had back over in the States and whatnot. There's ways to do it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's ways to do it. You know.
There's ways of doing it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
nobody ever thinks like that because, like I said, the burden of Pan Africa can't just be on Black America. It's like people like the Africans who come here and they go back and everything. They got to step up to the plate too if they want this Pan
And
African thing.
also this whole the idea of freedom, like also uh create some kind of challenge into that, because especially because generally uh, if let's say like someone like you establish a business, if you're not around, you expect your kids to take over the business. But generally, because there's freedom of choice to do whatever they want to do, the kids want to do something different, and the business tend not to last. And then if you put like, let's say the business becomes successful, you put it in corporate America. I mean, people are going to buy shares, and eventually, it's no longer going to be your business again. People are going to buy shares. It's going to owned by the dominant society. So it's really hard to really establish something from the lower level and still hold on to it for a longer period of time.
um, a lot of people who come from the Caribbean and people who come from Africa, a good number of them they here to stay. They're here to stay. The standard of living is too good. Like, why leave? It's the reality. Like, not everybody, but a good number of them. Half of my lineage goes back to Jamaica. My father's side is from Jamaica. My mother's side is from America. Since people put in paperwork nowadays, I make sure I lead with that.
I'm not here
Um,
to stay. I'm going to go
my,
back to.
and that may be true what you're doing, but like, let's say for example, my grandmother, she left Jamaica a while ago, and I asked her on the regular. I asked her more than one time, and she's not going back to Jamaica. She's not going back. She sold the land from down there. I'm not saying that's a bad thing because she looking out for herself and her life. So I can understand why
Mhm.
she wouldn't want to go back. But let's say like somebody of my age or even my cousins, because I got cousins who got filed and came up here too. They're not going back to no Jamaica. They're not going back. They came up here as young teenagers. They're not going back, and that's part of the problem when it comes down to Pan African, all right, quote unquote Pan Africanism, because it's like, okay, well, first, everybody don't even have that mind frame, but the ones who do have the mind frame is small, and the connections are not happening. So
Right.
let's say, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go ahead.
No, you're 100% right. The reality is people got to eat, people got to live, they got to do all stuff like that, and so when people make a decision to come to the States, I understand why they stay in America. The standard of living, you got healthcare, you got transportation and stuff like this. My whole thing, like I've been saying for the last 30 some years, how come we can't duplicate that on the African continent? If you could duplicate that on the African continent, give people at least, like I said, like I said, in Ghana and Africa, right? If we change our mentality, whereas instead of everybody talking about buying a big house or whatnot, let's have centralized planning where people live in apartment buildings and stuff like that, like they do in Asia, right? So people could live, we could build big cities, densely populated city with public transportation and stuff like that. You may not have a SUV, you might have to drive. Our new nation area like that may have a light rail or monorail. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality I want people to get it, right? That's Pan-Africanism and everything. Look how America started in the 20th century, right? Majority of people didn't have cars. They rode the subway. They rode, you know what I'm saying? But we have the standard of living, right? It's just unfortunately, we have the standard of living where we want all the luxuries of America, right? And we can't have that luxury in America. We want to stay right the hell here, You may not be able to have an SUV in Africa, You may not have, or you have to now because there's no public transportation. But what if we said, look, we're going to build a light rail, we're going to build monorail, we're going to do all stuff like this, right? And the money you would spend on a car, you could use public transportation, public transportation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But Kyle, I hate to rain on everybody's parade, right? One of the reasons why we don't see this progress, right? One reason is, listen, man, Africa is too far. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're coming from Barbados or Atlanta or Miami, it's just too freaking far. If I'm coming from New York or Chicago, right, or Detroit, right, I will probably have a better rate of success if I went to the Caribbean. If I went to Barbados, it's closer. An hour, 3 hours away on a plane ride to get to my family.
It's only 6 hours going from New York to Morocco. It's only a 6-hour flight.
Yeah, but 6 hours ain't 2 hours. 6 hours, and that's the far tip of East Africa, right? But I think where we fall, logistics is one problem we have. Another problem I think Africa has is geography. And we don't talk about that enough. The geography of Africa is very complex. It's too many landlocked nations, right? And I don't want to get on the geography spiel. We can do that for another day. But I think we romanticize Africa as this motherland. And don't get me wrong, you're going to have pockets of success in Africa, right? You're going to have Kenya. I think Senegal is going to have a lot of success. Even South Africa, right? But outside of that, there's way too many landlocked nations. And I don't know, by us being in the West, having access to maritime ports, bays, Baltimore Harbor, the Caribbean got all kinds of shipping access. Us going to Africa with all these landlocked nations, I don't know if that's going to be something that we can do to further the Black cause coming from the West. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what
I think the Africans on the continent got to step up and build and whatnot, because we can't. I don't foresee we're going to be going there in any large numbers, like you said. Logistically, it's impossible. So Africans.
Because Kyle, I think we romanticize and we underestimate the geography challenges of the topography in Africa. Take the shore, the coastlines, for example, right? It's not many natural harbors in Africa, right? Where, how many places in Africa where you go from the beach and then next thing you know, you go to these high range mountains so fast in elevation, within, 1,000 yards and stuff like that, right? So I think we have to be real about the climate and the geography that we're up against when we have a big challenge in Africa, because we just romanticizing at this point,
Yeah.
I want to come in on that. Let's take Windhoek and down in Namibia.
That's a great start, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Indians run that port for the most part, right? You got Windhoek. I forget the name of.
It's called Walvis Bay. Windhoek is the capital city.
Wallace, my bad. Wallace Bay. That's what I was just about to say. I don't remember the name of the two ports. I believe it's a bigger port and a smaller port.
Swankopum and Lutterix.
Right. Okay. all right, that's a port city, right? So basically, you know, you do a lot of import export there. You do a lot of global logistics at that point, right? So it's like this. It is far. I won't lie. I agree with Jamal. It is far. So it's like, okay, well, is Wallace Bay, is that a good, would that be a good place to start? Who do
Yeah.
we have to talk, like who do we have to talk to? And I mean I'm talking about on the smaller scale, not the big scale. I'm talking about on the small scale, like I don't know, 20 people, 40
Now,
people,
I
60
have a lot
people.
of people in the BAO in Namibia. You know, I have a lot of guys. My guy Pandini went. There's a lot of Pan Africanists there, and they
Right.
basically are telling us, they're saying, "Look, you guys ought to come here and build your own enclave, either in Swankabone or Walvis Bay or Windhoek, and everything, and compete with the Chinese because the Chinese are buying up land. You guys," he said, "Look, you guys need to come here and build like your own communities, like you do in America." And everything like that. That's what I heard from the Namibians. And the Namibians are a very, very modern country, you know. And the bottom line, the infrastructure is really, really good. It's
Rose
very,
good.
and so stuff like that. That's something Black people in America could really ease into. That's like I said, it's a beautiful country. I just think you need people to go there, you know, because
But my only pushback to Namibia, Colin, is that first of all, it's very underpopulated, which is a good thing, right? That's a plus, right? In the eggs in a basket, right? But I know you mentioned the port, right? Windhoek is so far away from there, right? You're pretty much in a desert land, you know. And
But
I
the
think
thing
you
is, though,
can't.
if you look at Windhoek, Jamal,
Uh-huh.
that city is so modern and beautiful.
I agree.
Which we call it. And a lot of people work in tech jobs. They work in there's a lot of South African firms. There's a lot of stuff you can do. You got Botswana right there. And so a lot of stuff like that. We will go in there in numbers in places like Windhoek and just build a community, you know, but you have to have the Black colleges and everybody like that pitching in, you know, saying, what are we doing in the future? You know, get involved in the Namibian Stock Exchange. We need our own investment firms and all stuff like this. When people go to another country, this is what happens. Let me put you guys on some game. The Indians lead with people like the Shas and the Patels, right? They'll go to a country, right? And the Patels will be like in Liberia, RCR Metal is an Indian company, right? They do iron ore, right? They bring in major companies, right? And then they have a secondary group of people who own hotels, people own shops, and people do service industry to follow them. The problem we have is we don't have those big businesses that come in there and whatnot that we can that's like the anchor. You know what I'm saying? So in other words, basically, let's say we had this guy Hightower that does out of Akron, Ohio, that Black Industrials that does oil logistics and transport, right? What if he went to like Namibia and said, I want to transport oil and refine oil and that? Then you would have, if we were united as a Pan-African front, you would have a lot of small businesses and medium-sized businesses follow him there to build a community around him. You know, we don't do that. Indians, Chinese, everybody else do that. They'll start with one major company, one major investor, and then they'll have all these small investors, right down to the what you call. Hold up. Hey, brother, I'm on the air.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Look into the show, bro. All right. He's supposed to be on here, bro. Brother's on here. So basically, like this. What if our investment group was allied with our own bank? Everybody in our community that's there would deposit their money in our own bank. You know what I'm saying? And then there will be money to go around for small business and everything. This is how other communities do it, you know. And then on the grassroots level, people have their own little lotteries and susus and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But that's how you build a community. But you definitely need those Black businesses that's going to go to that. Those are African American business group that went to Namibia, said they want to do $1 billion. I think as a hedge fund group, and somebody look it up. That went to Namibia a couple of years ago that wanted to do like a $500 million deal, you know?
And how that turn out?
I don't know, because I said to myself, we're supposed to have new Black media, right? I couldn't find nothing about it. Like O'Shea, He's in Kinganda, right? There was an African American business group that took $300 million to Uganda. Didn't hear one report on it. And we're supposed to have so-called new black media. So the new black media is not freaking following what's going on in the continent around. What chance do we have? Nobody.
Yeah, I think, but Kyla, you're gonna have some people in America say, "Why should I do it in Windhoek when we're doing it in Atlanta right now? We're in Atlanta doing that."
Well, we're expanding.
You know?
Expanding. Like which we call the International Focus magazine, which the BAO was interviewed. One of our members interviewed. International. What's up? What's up, David? What's going on, my brother? Brother from another mother. Which we call International Focus magazine out of Atlanta. They opened up an office in Monrovia edition, right? So in other words, there's a lot of black people out of Atlanta and all these places that are expanding on the continent. It's growing, But the thing is, though, there's nobody that gets behind the stuff that's going on. Everybody's out doing their own thing. That's why the Pan-African movement was dying, because nobody ever gets behind these movements and say, look, I may not agree with what they're doing and whatnot, but if they're going to open up a magazine and everything, and if you look at that Monrovia edition, I didn't send that to you, Jamal, that first issue, right? They got so many black businesses that are trying to open up an office in Monrovia, expand to the continent, all kinds of black tech firms and industrial firms, everything that went in on the African market. It's there, but we don't know about it because there's nobody talking about it, Nobody reports on it. I'll be honest with you, right? Social media has been a disappointment because we waste so much time talking about nonsense online all the time, and we're not showcasing what's going on. That's why I want to use this platform to showcase some of the stuff that's going on. So let people know, yes, the Pan-African movement may be slow and we feel like we're burnt, but the bottom line is this guy's doing this right here.
Hey, Kyla, now, I agree with you on that. There are a lot of moves being made, right?
Yeah.
And I know this is the Pan-African space, and even on like a political government level, moves are being made, right? And to the common man, to the common person, common merchant. And those moves, like you said, aren't highlighted on social media. They're not in these chat rooms or forums.
Because social media is irresponsible. Social media is irresponsible. You know why? Because the social media is like this is why I'm saying to myself, I take everything from social media with a grain of salt. I know these people are irresponsible and stuff like that. So I don't take what they say serious, what they say seriously. I don't, just like I said about this thing about where that dude Ronaldo in South Africa. And I don't like him anyway, he's an asshole, but I want to be fair, I want to be fair to this guy and whatnot. If my criticism, my criticism has got to be fair. He did not basically say, I want to kill, let's kill all Kafirs and niggas. He was making a point. He said, what if I was to say, I want to kill all niggas and Kafirs and whatnot? And Phil Scott put it up there as, look what he said and whatnot, like this, And I'm saying to myself, Phil, you're supposed to be, we're entrusting you with a position of responsibility, And I said, now, had I bought that at face value, like, oh man, this dude of the new DA party, this member of parliament, said this horrible stuff when I just happened to remember when he said that like 10 years ago. I said, yeah, he was making a point on his show, The Reindeer Show. He was saying, look, man, I hear all this people talk about kill the Boers, kill this, that, the other thing. What if I said, he goes, what if I said kill the niggas, kill the coppers and whatnot? They found this clip and clipped it up and said, look what his handle was Reindeer back then. Look what he said right there and whatnot, And I said, that's not fair. And so what tells me is we don't have real journalists because there's more things to be talking about than what Ronaldo Gao said in South Africa.
But Kyla, and this is why I say this is one reason why, when you had like those gatekeepers, media, I see now I see why they had gatekeepers and media 30 years ago.
Yeah,
because social media,
editorial board and stuff like that.
Listen, social media Everybody has a voice. It's no filter.
There's no,
It's
yeah.
no gatekeeper, right? So you can get into your little cult, your little algorithm, and get your word.
And
Yeah.
also, we have all these fake Pan Africanists out here, right? If I see something that I know that's moving the needle forward in the Pan African world, I'm going to talk about it. That's why I'm doing these YouTube shows. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to say, hey, look.
Hey, Colin, speaking of talking about it, you got a question in the chat. What's your thoughts on the Kenya Gen Z rebellion
I don't think
uprising?
it's a gen. Why does everybody keep making like a generation thing? Kenyans in general are
Hey,
pissed off.
hey, Colin, welcome to 2024. This is a generational world we live in, brother.
Everybody would make it seem like, oh, Gen Z and whatnot. I mean, come on, let's stop.
Because they are young folks, though, Colin. They are young.
Yeah, but the bottom line is it ain't had nothing to do with Gen Z, whatever like that. It's not about Gen Z. It's about basically you got the government of Kenya took $100 million from Joe Biden administration to police Haiti, which people are pissed off about, right? And then you're going to raise their taxes and whatnot, which make it life unbearable already. It's hard. African life is hard. Think about it. African life is hard. It's hard living in Africa. Every second you're trying to survive, make a dollar, this, that, the other thing, and somebody's going to raise your taxes like that, it's brutal, So they basically struck back. And I think that's. I mean, I'm not a violent person or whatever like that, but at some point in time, man, governments can't think they're gonna do whatever they want to do without people reacting. Now Ruto says he's gonna sign it. He says, I ain't doing that. He knows that's gonna be the death of him. That's gonna be his ass if he does sign it. So the bottom line is, yeah, but I don't think it has anything to do with Gen Z. Just Gen Z is probably more violent, but it has to be from the whole entire country said like that. The Gen Z just basically said, hell, we're going to get out there in the streets and burn shit. That's the Gen Z mindset, like that one guy had that shop, the Gen Z mindset. Dave Sapa said, Kala, that one would challenge you, everything you say about black people. Oh boy, Dave, this guy, he's one of my no men. No collar, that ain't right collar, I need that in my life, Let me tell you something. Like I said, that's a problem with Afro's think tank, right? He doesn't have a no man in his life. He doesn't have people telling him that, nah, collar, I don't agree with that. Nah, collar, no, that's collar, nah, you're wrong. Nah, you need that, you need no men, because that checks you. Anytime you listen to somebody, right, and they don't have a no man, they don't have somebody that says, no, I disagree, boom, 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 don't listen to that person. Because all that person has is a bunch of yes men around him. And the bottom line, that's dangerous in these days and times. You have to have people that I take criticism, right? I listen to what people have to say, and so I'm not always right. I fly off of the handle and whatnot, and then I'll come and admit when I'm wrong and say, yeah, I'll change my view out. Now, I hate admit when I'm wrong, but I'll say something different the next time. That's me. That's my way of saying I was wrong. My way of saying I was wrong. But you always got to have people in your life that you speak to that care about you enough to tell you when you're not saying something right or you're not doing something right. That's the whole thing in this movement nowadays and in the future going forward, right? And like I said, the Pan-African movement, there's a lot of stuff going on, but nobody's reporting about it. That's why I made an oath that I don't make money off of this, right? I put it out there and stuff like that, and hopefully, people will be inspired. Like over the years, I've been on Dynast Joe. I talked to Dynast yesterday for a long time, and the bottom line is, I hope that people are inspired by what I say and my insight and stuff like that right here to go out there and do the work. That's my job.
Now, Kyle, I will say that about you. You're not a guy that's sitting there on a pulpit trying to take money, right? So I respect that. Right?
Yeah, because I believe in this.
Right. I want to touch on what Freeway Dread was saying earlier about he thinks Pan-African needs a do-over, right? A makeover, however you want to call it. And I've been saying, and Freeway, I've been saying this for a while. Pan-Africanism has to get updated. It has to get updated because you go to these average Pan African spaces, right? And they're always quoting something from 1930, right? A 1940 quote. Socialism. Karl Marx this, Karl Marx that. That was fine for that time, and I get it. I ride with all my elders in Pan Africanism, Garvey,
But
Clomel, everybody,
Garvey's
right?
a capitalist. Garvey believes in capitalism.
Yeah. I know he was a capitalist, right? But I'm saying we have to update our doctrine. There's only but so many Amos Wilson books that I can take right now.
I know.
Why can't, no, listen, Colin. Why can't we, listen? It's like the NBA, right? The NBA has changed, right? It used to be the 7-foot man. They used to dominate. Now you got these 6'2" guards shoot threes and blah blah blah, right? Why can't Pan Africanism update its information to the current time we live in? We live in a total different world now than Marcus Garvey and all that stuff.
My whole thing was, when I say Pan African, I understand that we live in America, right? You're going to basically have to live in America. You're going to have contact with whites, Asians, everybody else. The old Pan African, we got to live in a huddle and we sit in like a fetal position, warding off white spirits and whatnot, instead of saying, something, I'm going to go get that job over there because I'm going to learn all these skills and everything like that. That's going to help me later. I don't give a damn if I got to sit here and talk, get shit on by the white man, whatnot. By the time I know what I know, whatnot, I'm going to be able to do my own thing, whatnot. I'm going to give them 10 years and then I'm going to be able to open my own business and everything like that. I'm going to deal with the situation at hand, but I got this. We have to evolve to that point. Before it was like, I gotta be blinkety black, blinkety black, blinkety black, blinkety black, black. I'm so black, I haven't seen a Chinese person, a white person in 10 years and whatnot. I'm so black and whatnot, man. I don't even come out my house.
I'm so black. I'm not even doing a layover in Europe. You know what I
mean? Yeah, that's right there, man. Yo, dude, man. I came across some crazy motherfuckers in the PA. What did I say, Jamal? You must be bringing these dudes in here, man. And then the motherfucker still didn't make it to Angola, man. I was so mad, boy. I was like, dumb motherfucker, man. Had him set up with a freaking job, everything in Angola. Come on, he didn't want to do a layover.
Hey, Kyla, Jamal has always been part of like the BIO.
Oh yeah, man. He's been there from the beginning, basically.
Yeah, I've been around for a minute, man. I've been around for a while. Yeah.
Hey, Jamal, what happened to Holopsism? What happened to
man,
him?
Don't mention that.
I don't want to listen to. I don't want Kyla's view. I want your view, Jamal. I want your view.
I mean, Holopism. He's a bright mind and everything, but I just think he drifted off a little bit. You know what I mean? So I don't want to talk bad about him, but yeah, he just lost a good vision, man.
I actually came across his channel. David, can you mute your mic, David?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, brother Sampa.
I'm a novice. I'm a novice at this type of thing. I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Jamal, I came across Holop's channel. I mean, he still has the BIO badge on the YouTube channel. I mean, he's still repping.
Well, I'm gonna get that taken off because I got him taking off the trademark. So that's not gonna be there for long, bro.
Hey, you hear about the hold up when we was in Africa? You hear about the story? Well, we got stuck, right? We got stuck in Rwanda. We were like in the rainforest. We got stuck, right? And the truck got stuck, right? Hold up did not get out the truck. He was so scared, right? We pushing the truck, You're
supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to man the hell up.
He's supposed to be a man. Listen. Hold up was supposed to be a man and a leader, right? He never, not once, got out that truck to help us push, man. That vehicle, man. I was so upset at that.
So he was just a talker.
Yeah, he's a talker, man.
He wants to silence me. He's a freaking dude, man. Look, I swear to God, man, he wants to be on my level and whatnot. I said, look,
why you always think somebody jealous of you, man?
I never said that, man.
Can I say something, gentlemen? Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, David, man.
Every great show needs a great nemesis, and that's me, this guy. Okay? Hey, this guy right here, he knows better than what he's doing right now. Pan-Africanism needs to be changed. Like, who said it needs to evolve? What gentleman said that?
It need to. I
gotta
said it need to
update
be.
that.
I said it need to be rebuilt,
You're a
completely rebuilt.
genius. You're a genius. You
Was
are a
that you?
genius.
I think Jamal also said that too, right? Has to be.
Okay, I just
Has to
came
be.
in, so I don't know, but you're a genius. It changed like everything else. You gave a great analogy with football, right? Or basketball, you said, right?
That was
Yeah, that's a
Jamal.
fact. That's a fact.
That was Jamal that said that. I said it need to be completely rebuilt.
Man, both all y'all geniuses. It's common sense. It's marketing now. We should have a marketing division in Pan Africanism. Everything should be strictly economic right now because that's what we need. Black people need is
You know what
money.
they're gonna say, brother? They're
What?
gonna say, "Man, y'all be doing marketing and stuff." I remember the BAL when I first started. When I came out with the BAL, I innocently came out there. We used to have shows talk about science and
If you
math.
see what I wrote, in the chat, it says that you have to start. Your message is not genuine right now because you need to start telling Black people how to live between both the worlds, man.
Oh yeah, I do tell. I
America
do
is the
tell him that.
ATM,
I
and we
did
have to
say,
realize
but
that.
he missed that when you came on. I said I understand that you gotta do what you gotta do in America.
With,
You gotta live in
David,
both worlds and stuff like that.
You have to learn 6 months here, 6 months there. You get to that point in your life.
wait, David, you went to Liberia too? Were you in
Yeah, I
Liberia?
was
No,
there for a month. I was there for a month. I was there for
Well,
a month.
what about David? The one
so I
David
go
is
to
from
yeah,
Ghana.
I go to Ghana once a year.
Oh, you from
But
Ghana?
yeah, my people from Ghana.
Oh,
But he
okay.
was born here, so he was basically Black American.
Sampa, is it like a Santi name or what?
It's a gun. I'm a gun.
Oh, okay, great. I'm from
Yeah.
Ghana too, so that's why I just
Oh,
said.
that's what's up, man. Great to know you, brother.
All
But
right. Well, no, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
oh no, I mean I'm just saying you're right. You gentlemen on the right track. It needs a rebranding. It should
Also,
be
another
corporation
thing too,
based.
brother, is the fact that a lot of Pan Africanists, right? Let's be honest with ourselves. They are not coming from like the educated class. They're not coming from like
That's true.
people of business and stuff like this. And when you do have those type of people, there's always going to be conflict with the people like, yo, I put in work. I read
You
Dr.
told me something a long time ago. You said the best countries are technocracies.
Yeah, technology. But the bottom line is they don't want to hear all that. These old school Pan Africans don't want to hear all that. All they know is we got, and then they more forward to, are we Pan Africans about building? It has to be about construction and building and stuff like this. That's why infrastructure is a good thing to focus on. They will get more forward to Black liberation and Black. Yeah, that's a part of it. But the bottom line is this: we got to basically talk about.
It should be economic infrastructure. That's what we should.
Yeah, what is the
period.
Pan-Africanist view on climate change? Right now, they're going after Museveni because he wants to build a pipeline, right? Because he dared to build a pipeline that's going to bring billions of dollars to Uganda. Can you imagine what that would do for that region right there? If billions of dollars worth of gas revenue flows in there, he could compete with Russia, So we're supposed to miss out on billions of dollars and billions of dollars, all right, of revenue and whatnot to build that whole region and whatnot, because some white person in Europe, remember that chick Greta, that little white girl Greta, y'all really not planet. No friggin', and I'm like this. They say, look, if we do all this stupid stuff, Africa starves, cuts its population in half, all this stuff like this, and you might have in 50 years 1/2 a degrees cooling of the earth. 1/2 a degrees in 50 years. So we're supposed to sacrifice half the continent's population, no growth, no nothing, for 1 degrees. This is insane. You would think that Black people, Black nationalists say, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. We want to develop and build Africa. We don't give a damn about your theories about climate, because the whole thing about climate change, all that, didn't start happening until Africa starts developing, Suddenly, when Africa starts developing and say they want to build industries and whatnot, suddenly there's a climate crisis. You never notice that? Suddenly, everybody, oh, whoa, wait a minute here. You can't have that. Africa drilling for its own oil and refining oil, building its own steel factories and stuff like that. No. If you want that, you got to come to Europe. We'll give you a visa. But let's leave the continent starving and undeveloped and whatnot. They say the biggest threat to global is at the African population. That's what they said. That's what Prince Harry said. That's what all these people believe. So we as men got a fight on our hands. The world, the white racists of the world, saying that we're talking about just doing the basics, giving everybody a basic standard of living on the continent, running water, an education, basic health care, basic transportation, also like that. That's a threat to global stability. So see the situation we're in?
But Kyler, we know that already.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but people are not up in arms.
No, Kyler, that's not how wars are fought anymore, man.
What? No, but people should, the Pan-African world should be saying, screw your climate change. I'm telling you right now, the Pan-African world should, anytime you hear climate change, you should get angry. You know, because the climate change really means population control. You know, the Malthusianism. These people have been saying this. You guys are younger. You guys don't remember the World Population Conference in 1994. Okay, you guys probably don't remember that, do you?
No.
It was hosted.
I'm aware of it.
It was a world population conference. Look it up. 1994 in Cairo, Egypt, right? Do you know they was going to places like Nigeria, injecting women with Norplant, birth control and stuff like that? They were giving out condoms and contraceptives all over the continent. And people start saying, why is a focus on Africa? And they said, because Africa is a breeding to it. That was 1994. And right after that, the Rwanda genocide happened. So, I remember all this stuff. So this is what I'm saying. And I'm saying to myself, and also, I was wrong about the number of Tutsis died. I thought it was 400,000. I had to correct that. It was 800,000 Tutsis that died in the Rwanda war. 800,000 people.
But
that's
you know
almost
what,
like a million people.
you know, Carla, Gerald Horn kind of, I got my, reservations about Gerald Horn, but I think he's an overall good person. He talked about how modern, what's going on?
I gotta do a security check and shit. I ain't knew what was going on.
Oh shit.
All right. Well, I come in while he handling his business.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, all right, go ahead.
Tyler, I'm not gonna blow you up on your channel right now. I gotta go. I'm gonna hit you up, okay?
All right, brother. Peace.
All right, family. Gentlemen, good night.
All right, brother. Now, Jamal, what was you saying?
Oh, nah, Gerald Horn. Gerald
I don't know
Horn.
who that is.
Yeah. He spoke about how Joe Horn spoke about how the modern Pan-Africans have like no clue about geopolitics.
That's sad. We live in a
current geopolitics. Yeah, it's crazy.
This population control thing. I've been studying this for 30-something years, and I'm like, who is
the leading Pan-Africans in this contemporary age?
I don't think we have one, to tell you the truth, man. We have a lot of people call themselves Pan-Africans, right? But the way the Pan-African...
what about the ones on the continent? Would you consider like Lumumba as a leading Pan-Africanist?
Well, he's a Pan-Africanist, but the whole thing is he cries too much. He's like, you know what I'm talking about. I'm like, I don't understand. Yeah, because you're dealing with a bunch of idiots. That's why,
In
Africa, Africa. That's sad. How can you listen to a passionate speech by Lumumba and still go out and do the same corrupt shit you've been doing all along? That guy be pouring his heart out, and it's falling on deaf ears.
Victimization, you're absolutely right. Actually, but he's really respected in Africa, because most African political.
It has to translate into power, right? The people. African democracy, right? Democratic elected. Why is it that the power? Something's got to give. If we all know this, right, and the African politicians know this, right? Why are we still doing the same dumb shit he talks about and everything like that? What is it about Europe? Is it Europe that's holding a thing, or just basically this disconnect between the power and what the needs and desire of Africa needs? That's what I think it is.
Yeah, he was. I think he was invited in Ghana and Nigeria to deliver talks over there, and he always get on the asses of these politicians over there, and he speak highly of the pioneers of Pan Africans in Africa. I mean, especially when he came to Ghana, he spoke highly of Nkrumah and some of the policies of Nkrumah.
That was a whole long time ago.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a long time ago.
So even like even in Ghana too, right? And I'll give you one of because Nkrumah was the person that was able to manifest the Pan African ideology into practical reality. And I remember even growing up in Ghana in the elementary school when I was learning about Ghana's independence. A lot of people actually thought that when Nkrumah achieved independence, I mean, these economic challenges facing the general masses will come to an end. People will make a lot of money. This whole problems will come to an end and stuff like that. And years after independence, the same problems just continues and prevailed. So there has to be, I think, the core issue has to be addressed because a lot of times people tend to focus more on the political ideology, but if the economics is not fixed properly, the people can't lean or can't buy into the
Let me
political
ask you a question,
ideology.
and I'm gonna ask you as a Ghanaian. Let me ask you this question: do you understand that Ghana, Accra used to be Jamestown, right? It used to be called Jamestown.
No, there's an area in Accra called Jamestown.
Yeah, but that was really a British settlement, right?
Yeah.
So everybody moved there. That and what's the other city? I forgot the
No,
name.
Jamestown still exists. Jamestown,
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is this though. You know,
Oxford Street or what?
no, the what's the other port in Ghana? What's the
Cape
other?
Coast,
No,
Elmina,
no, Tema, right?
Tema Port. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Those are basically built by the British, to facilitate British trade and stuff like that with the interior and stuff like that. The problem is Africans built their country around European interests, Accra and stuff like that. What they should have did was move the capital to the interior, right? On
No, the
virgin land,
capital.
stuff like that, and then basically systematically decentralize things out of Accra, right? That would basically break that impasse. You would have a distribution of manpower, brain power throughout the country, and then also link Ghana up with population centers in neighboring countries and everything. We don't have that in Africa. I mean, there should be a highway and a railway going from Abuja to that central part of Ghana, right there. And that railway, highway, stuff like that, shit like this. When you try to carve out a nation state in Africa, right? And it's a false nation state. Nation states happen organically. You got people living on the land, they become part of this big conglomerate, they become a state. In Africa, nations were carved out by Europeans, right? And they put people together that didn't belong together, didn't associate with each other and everything. And there was no cohesion to develop. So all the development in the world couldn't happen until you had that right there solved. You have to have these areas where people, I mean, they did it in Singapore. They did it in Indonesia. You had Malays and all these different types of people living in new estates and whatnot that went to school together and had the same education, everything like that. And just said, and they're doing it in Rwanda, right? Right now, you're not allowed to mention Tutsis and Hutus, and they're building housing estates where Tutsis and Hutus are living side by side together.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore that creates a sense of nationalism, where people are not thinking about their tribe or their family, they think about the nation. You got to have that before you start building and everything. One group of people cannot dominate the thing. You got to take power away from decentralized power away from the bigger groups and spread it around the country and stuff like that. That's the way that's the way it has to happen. If you don't do that, all you want is the status quo, because the larger groups are always going to dominate and everything, and the smaller groups like your group, right, is not going to have anything. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, but I think before the capital was in Cape Coast until he was moved to Accra. I think in the 19th century thereabout. And what is even shocking, I think recently we really discovered the full meaning of Accra. I mean, before they used to describe the name as, a place where ants kind of settle from the Akan language. But then Accra is like, a place of inhabitant for the Ghana
I've
people.
seen pictures of videos of the Jamestown where Accra was being built. That shit looked beautiful back then when the British had that shit.
But listen, what I'm telling you, Carla. They say the full meaning of the abbreviation Accra means a city, Accra, ACCRA, a city contained by rough Africans. That's crazy.
By rough Africans.
Yes,
You really?
I swear to God, that was one historians came to explain that on the national
So we have
television.
Negroes in America talking about Accra, Ghana, and whatnot. That's what they're saying.
That's what it means. It was given by this
Lord have mercy, we are so
colonial,
lost, man.
and people still hold on to that name till today.
People
Most
think
people,
Accra some African name, right?
yeah, they think,
I live in Accra, Ghana.
"Oof,
Whatnot.
yeah,
You just
man,
told me that's what it means. I'm like, damn.
a city contained by rough, Africans. That's what it means. That's what one historian came to explain on the national television in
Well,
Ghana.
Nigeria just really was meant nigger area, right?
Yeah,
They drew Lord Lugar.
no, I think it was Niger area, right? Like the river,
Oh no, they
the
meant
Niger.
nigger. Lord Lugar had such contempt for these black people there. He just said that's his nigger area. He said his girlfriend. He drew it up on the map. This is Nigeria, literally on a napkin over dinner. Said this is
Oh,
the territory,
oh,
the nigger area. They had no regard for
mhm.
boundaries and people, customs, everything. Like Benin and Nigeria, one thing, right? But a border separates people that have been there living together for hundreds of years. And it's just a mess, man. And nobody has a thing to say. Let's correct these borders so they make sense. Like Abyssinia is an English-speaking territory in Cameroon. The Cameroons would rather kill those people and commit genocide than let them have some sort of autonomy and sovereignty. It's just what you call.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's really yeah, I mean, I was even shocked about to hear about that. Yeah, I'll let you go on with your talk.
Yeah.
I'll
So
let someone come on. Yeah.
But
Nah,
Nigeria was named after Niger River though.
it was named after Niger
Yeah,
River.
Jamal, right? I said that. I kind of
Yeah, it was
kind of say it too. I'm like,
Niger.
But Richard Lugar did call it his nigger area though.
no, not really.
He called it his nigger. I read that.
No, see, you have to understand, like,
I heard
see,
something like that too.
even the reason why Nkrumah changed the name Gold Coast to Ghana was, I mean, he tried, but he couldn't change everything because he doesn't know everything. Even Accra, he didn't know what Accra really meant. If he knew, he would have changed it
And
anyway.
Ghana, the country of Ghana, the Empire of Ghana was like 7,000 miles away to the north.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, but if you think about it though, Kwame Nkrumah was a Pan African, so it makes sense that he
No,
would name it Ghana. You know what I
no,
mean? That's
Jamal,
very
Jamal.
Pan African. Yeah.
I actually read Nkrumah's book, right? Nkrumah in Ghana's Revolution, right? And according to that historian, he was saying the Nkrumah felt that the people who came, the Neanderthals who came in that region, they identify the people in that region based on the resources over there, not just the people, right? And if it felt it was very disrespectful to name the people of Gold Coast based on the resources they identify in that region.
That's what the British thought was important.
Exactly, right.
We didn't care about no Gold Coast, Ivory Coast, Slave Coast.
Exactly, right.
The Europeans were raw, man. They
And
ain't
even
give a damn, they ain't
so,
care,
so when they say Niger area, it means that around the Niger area, like the River Nile area, right? So that's what it meant.
I still believe they were just like, yo, a bunch of niggas.
But at
Yeah,
least
nigga area.
at least Nkrumah was smart to change it, and he went deep down into an African history to change the name. But countries like Ivory Coast and other like countries, they still
Yeah,
maintain the
Ivory
same
Coast,
name.
Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. Come on, Sierra
Yeah.
Leone. It's all British names,
Cameroon.
Cameroon was a German name. I'm Cameroonian.
Yeah, they still maintain. I mean, Most of the leaders were not intellectuals like I mean, they did have it, but people weren't looking that deep,
Yeah,
about
if you're gonna talk about
identity.
what you should be, because your name of your country and that's your total identity to the world. You got to get that right.
You're absolutely right. At least Nkrumah got it right, but the people, no, but Carlo, you have to understand the language, the English language. If you are trained by the colonialists, right? They're gonna teach you to be subservient to them. They're not gonna teach you to be against them or something like that. That's why Nkrumah had a conflict with the incumbent party at that time because they felt like, oh, they really didn't want to achieve independence immediately. They wanted to, you know, gradually work with the British so that the independence could be handed to them over time. They didn't want to create conflict. Until today, most Africans think that way. That's why they're not like, they don't have this vigilante mentality like Nkrumah had. Most of them, they're very calm and peaceful. Even when they come to the US, they're like, "Oh, we have no issues."
Of
Same
course.
mentality, same mentality. So,
I see this one Ghanaian girl on TikTok. I know she with no white people. She's making sure that goes on the algorithm.
yeah, but it's mostly West Africans have that mentality. Like most of
Yeah, because
them.
they think white people are gonna have all the gravy. They got a big pot of gravy that they want part of and whatnot. That's sad.
But are you gonna fault them though?
Yeah, I'm not
Kyle?
for them, but I'm saying, I look. If I was an African immigrant and I know my green card could be revoked, whatever like that, I'd be walking the stroke line too when that shit.
I mean, what I mean to say is that listen, think about it, because you have to understand the people back home. They still do encounter people from like Europeans back home. So if they encounter Europeans, they're gonna think most of them are very nice. Because most, like, let's say,
Of
if you
course,
meet like the missionaries that come and provide wells to those rural areas, they build schools. Because most of like this high schools in Ghana was built by these missionaries. Just imagine like the encounter they had with them.
but they don't understand something. If you understand the history of a missionary, they come in with missionaries, then they end up with mercenaries. They come in offering the people up, and next thing you know, they coming in. Here comes a mining company comes in. Look. The bottom line is this, and then if you're the type of African that basically suspicious of that, they'll label you a radical or extreme. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the bottom line, it's like almost no resisting the white man, almost. And so the bottom
Well,
line,
well, Cal, well, my question would be, dovetailing off what you just said. Well, I'm somebody who never been to the continent, right? And I I'm gonna classify myself as a Pan African minimalist. I'm gonna classify myself as that for the sake of this argument right here.
right?
What in the hell do you find Pan African or people who follow the Pan African ideal? Where do you find them at? In the
Well,
continent or on the continent? Where do you find them?
Liberia is a good place. They have a natural Pan Africanism because of the Constitution of Liberia is all about race. It was rooted in race, and they're trying. Even though some indigenous Liberia are trying to get away from that, but when it really comes down to it, right? Even the so-called indigenous people, like they like the fact that the Article 27 says only people of Black African descent can own land here and stuff like that. White people can't be citizens. So they're basically more race conscious in Liberia than other countries. That's
No,
why.
it is the same in Ghana too. Like I mean, when it comes to land ownership, you have to feel from. I mean, lands are being owned by the chiefs, and most Westerners have.
Like Liberia, we don't have chiefs and all that. It's just
No,
like
but Kala, if you look at the whole analogy, right? If you believe in your chief and you believe your chief cannot wrong you, I mean, if you own the land, there's nothing. You shouldn't have issues with that, right? Especially it's part of your culture, right? The chiefs are not going to come and take. They wouldn't come and take the land. It's someone with a Western mindset that thinks, "Oh, the land has to be mine only."
well, you gotta say something, brother. It's like this. In the West, right? We go by the thing of estate. So that's a cultural difference. A Pan African is a Western ideology, and it's also rooted in the idea of Black liberation. How do you have liberation? Liberation means total liberation from not just white oppression, but the idea that we shouldn't have to listen to any man either. So that's why or the
That's a good
Pan
point, Kyler. That's a good point. Good point.
Pan Africans gonna butt heads with so-called chiefs and stuff like this. The chief, this idea
It's true.
of a
It's
chief.
true because I ain't listen. It's true because I ain't. If I ever go to Africa, it's almost nobody I'm gonna listen to. I'm gonna work with everybody, but I'm not gonna listen to nobody.
And that's it.
And,
That's
and that come from
All
my
right.
conditioning. That come from my conditioning over here, which I I do understand the respect thing, but it's like, well, if we
No,
trying to quote unquote free the world or we trying to free ourselves, then it's like, well, certain
why am I
people
still in
you
bondage?
can't stand it. You can't
Yeah.
stand in the way of that.
Why am
yeah,
I in
but,
the bondage
but
person?
the thing is, like, even if you might
No,
disagree,
no, no, not on my own person so much. It's more so it's like, well, like, are you on board or are we seeing it eye to eye,
see,
or
even
like
if you might
do you
disagree,
have your own idea of seeing everything, which I know you got your own worldview, yes, but when it comes down to like building your own state almost type of thing, like that's where the bump head's gonna be because
okay,
it's
Jamal, let me give you an example, right? So you have to understand before this whole nation state. I don't want to like delve into other
But
countries.
you
I'll just
understand, Zondo, the world's not going back on the nation state. That's the future. We're not going back to the village, You guys
no,
also
we're
go
not,
back to
we're
the
not.
village, man. Constitution, I like
no,
having
no, no, but that's not what I'm saying. Wait,
no,
Kala, wait. Okay, I'll just speak about Ghana, right? The nation came together by amalgamating these different groups, right? And I just want to pick out the Ashanti Kingdom, for instance, right? They have their own nation, nation extend even in Cote d'Ivoire, but for some reason, it's within the territories of Ghana. Okay, let's just stick to that, right? They were convinced to be part of Ghana. I mean, they were conquered to be part of Ghana, right? They agreed to be part of Ghana, right? And the people in that region till today, they still view their king as someone of the highest authority, right? It's although it's like ceremonial authority, but they still have high respect or they give reverence to the chief, right? I mean, why would you have issue with that? I mean, they're not
no.
going to tell you.
Well,
I
let
have
me can
no
I
problem with basically like in northern Nigeria, they still do the Salah and whatnot, and even though the emirs have no power, no political power. In other words, he can't decide about land and all stuff like this, right? When other places like this, where like in Ghana, where with that situation in Sable, where they basically the chief is signing off on land that's corrupt. And come on, you gotta admit that's corrupt. It's corrupt.
What do you mean? That's not corrupt, man.
That's corrupt. Man. Come on.
No,
Zongo, Zongo, let
why
me
is that?
come in and say one thing. It's like this too. I'll say this speaking from an outsider looking in and from somebody on the west side of the world. It's coming. It's like this. I can't come to a place like Ghana and I see a Chinese man being made chief. It's gonna be total. It's gonna be big problems
There are Chinese
when I get there and I see a Chinese chief, whoever underneath him, that's who I'm going at first, because he ain't got no business. Like just my personal philosophy. He don't got no business being no chief. So anywhere that I'm like, if I go and it's a Chinese chief anywhere, I'm doing my best to chase him out. You gotta go.
in China, they
You
get
gotta go.
he's chief and he's out there mining stuff. He pay off the police and whatnot, and they're doing illegal gold mining and some of everything in Ghana and whatnot. You gotta admit, brothers.
Yeah, but we
He
gotta
gotta
admit,
go.
but
He got
we
Yeah,
gotta
he
but
got
admit
Jamal,
that it's not.
wait.
Hold on, we gotta admit though, it's not a lot of Chinese chiefs, right?
Wait,
In Africa, it's
Jamal,
some one offs.
wait.
But
it's
I
Wait.
will
too
say this.
many.
I will
It's
say
too
this.
many.
No, I want to
It's
answer.
too
I want to
many.
answer. Freeway. Hold on. I want to answer. Freeway answer about what he think, where he sees a lot of
Go
Pan
ahead,
Africans
Jamal.
at. Tanzania has a lot of Pan Africans. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think if it wasn't for like, because with Tanzania, they adopted a lot of kind of Marxist, socialist kind of ideals, but they, far as Pan Africanism, they get it. They view themselves. And listen, Tanzania has 100 different tribes, right? But their tribes is not first. Their tribes are not their first identifier, right? The tribes is on the back burner. They identify themselves first as Africans, Then they may say, okay, I'm Tanzanian. But their tribes are on the back burner. And I think the ideal of Tanzania is a beautiful thing, right? Now, if you want to get into the government, they kind of follow the socialism thing, and that's their choice. That's their country, right? But I think, like I said, Ghana's another one. Ghana's another good start, particularly the southern part of Ghana. I don't know about the north so much, but the southern part of Ghana is another point where there's a lot of Pan Africans. For modern Pan Africans, I think South Africa maybe have the most. They're more business oriented. You tend to get the higher class of African Americans that go to South Africa. Educated class, but that's just from what I'm seeing. From my experience. But go ahead.
We got to introduce somebody here. Empire, is that Kazorian?
Yep, that's me. What's good?
What's up, Kaizo? What's going on? What's on your mind, brother? Thanks for joining us.
Not much, but are you okay, man? You look like you lost weight. Like, are you eat?
Yeah, man. Well, yeah, I gained a little bit of it back, man. But I had since February, I lost like 100 pounds, but I gained like 30 pounds back and whatnot. But
that's healthy. That's healthy, man. Keep it like this, man. You don't want to be too small.
Yeah, I was in Liberia, man. I was withering away, man. I was disappearing, man. I was like that heat, everything, whatnot. I was just like shedding pounds every day, man. It was like,
yeah. Damn. Okay. Now, shout out. Yeah. So I wanted to respond to Jamal. Jamal, look, Tanzania is not an ideal for anyone, man. That country, it should be richer than Kenya is, and it's not. So economics needs to be the main thing that we focus on. Get the money, get the paper. This whole thing you're talking about, 100 tribes here, it don't matter, man. Money, get the money, get the paper up.
I agree.
I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna drop down, and I'm gonna come back in on another device. I'm gonna drop down for
all right, brother.
And I'll come back. All right.
Yeah. I see what you're saying from an economical standpoint. That's why I said it has some problems because it adopted a lot of the socialist, Marxist ideals early in its formation. But I say outside of that, far as the ideal of them accepting other black cultures, Tanzania.
What are you doing then? That's the thing. Like, why are you using a country that's not as functional?
No, because I'm gonna tell you why I'm using that country. Tanzania never had a civil war in its history.
Has Kenya had a civil war in its history?
I don't know. Have they? I don't know. I'm not sure.
They've had a civil struggle for
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is it's a large sample size, right? You have 100 tribes, never a civil war, and they view themselves as African first, and I think that's a good template. That's all.
The whole thing is, I like Kenya because I don't know why, man, but Kenya strikes me.
Yeah, but Kenyans don't view themselves as Africans first. That's my only problem with Kenya.
My whole thing is, I could deal with that, right? I could deal with that because there's enough Indians and whites there that they I know they're conscious about race in some sort of way. And stuff like that, I don't expect Africans to be like, oh yeah, we're all black, and I don't expect that. But so long as they're not at the point where it's if I'm African American, they want to hurt me or attack me or just other me and everything, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I can go to a country and feel like a minority group where I feel outside, whatever like that. I could deal with that. I could deal in a black country so long as the country is clean. And I've seen parts of Kenya and Nairobi look freaking nice. I realize, I'm going to be honest with you, right?
Yeah.
The country's nice, got a good infrastructure, got nice cities, and stuff like that. All thing Kenya needs now is light rail and monorail and stuff like that around the city. And it would be a really good sell. That right there would bring a lot of black people from the West and whatnot.
Kala, I went to Uganda just 2 weeks ago. I was there, right? And Uganda is similar development to Tanzania. I felt like I went to Africa. When I came back to Kenya, I literally felt like I was in New York or somewhere else. And I'm not exaggerating, right?
Yeah, Mr. Roland said the same thing. He said
that's
because Uganda lost 300,000 people during Idi Amin, stuff like that. He says they lost a lot of their intellectual capacity. He said, he told me years ago, he said, the place in East Africa is Kenya. That's what he told Mr. Rosenthal told me. He said Uganda, just so guy, that's why the Rosenthal group is really in Kenya. They can't really do much in Uganda because it's just so backwards,
But backwards, man. Like I remember, I went there, and I was even trying to get signal on Sundays. It's like people don't work on Sundays, so there's no signal. I'm legit serious. There was no phone signals or Wi-Fi signal on Sunday. It was just everything was backwards. Now it's cheap there. That was good. So I might actually go there for like a longer time next time. I could get like a full-on meal in an expensive restaurant for like less than $7. That was interesting. In Kenya, it's going to be like $40, $50. So
That's
yeah,
no-
it's cheap. Okay. Yeah.
Try to get a meal
Kenya-
in America for $14. You ain't get nothing but fast food, cheap fast food.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so Uganda's got some nice things, but I'll say this, Jamal, right? I don't know why you're using a country that's not really rich. Just use Kenya. Like we've never had a civil war. Never. There was an attempted coup, but that was squashed, right? There was an attempted separation by the Somalis, but there was a massacre called Wagala that basically stopped that shit from happening. So we've always been stable. Now we had a dictator called Moi. Shout out to Moi, right?
And your Arab
Moi,
war.
exactly. Now Moi didn't do much development in the country, but you know what? Now that I've been kind of have revisionism, right? What Moi did is create stability in Kenya. Uganda had some weird civil war. There's even a potential war between Uganda and Tanzania, but Kenya stayed out of it. Why? Because Moi was a nationalist, right? This whole Pan-Africanism is good, but you do need to be a nationalist too. So Moi prevented the Somali war from getting into our country. And yes, he did some bad things, right? There was a Wagala massacre on the Somalis, but what that meant is that these Kushites, because the Kushites see themselves different from the rest of African Kenyans. So they thought they were specials. They were like, oh, we're going to go leave Kenya. We're going to be part of Ethiopia or Somalia. And he squashed that beef immediately, right? So Moi, he was a dictator, kind of low IQ in terms of economics, but bro, that guy kept us away from dysfunctional African history of civil wars and wars, right? So I respect that man. And then we had Kibaki. Kibaki's the best president we had. Why? Because the economy boomed. Kenya's GDP doubled twice during his term, and that's insane, right? I know it was low, I get it why, but still, he was the right man for the job at that time. Now, Ruto right now, everybody in Kenya hates Ruto, but I don't hate Ruto. Ruto is probably the smartest president right now because he's securing deals with America and getting us to actually get all these rails and a new roads package. Again, 0% loan, 0% interest. He's got all these deals, data centers from Microsoft, 1 gigahertz data center worth over $1 billion. He's already got that secured. Microsoft is leaving Nigeria, coming to Kenya. Ruto is doing things, but the Kenyans on the ground, I know they're suffering because the economy isn't as good as they wish, but they can't see the future. They're only seeing right now. So I'm just saying, capitalism and nationalism is good. Then what we need to go next is regionalism. If Kenya and the seven East African nation countries integrate the East African Union, get their own currency, then now we're talking. But the whole Tanzania Ujamaa thing, which basically means, people, whatever, it's a communism sort of, it doesn't work. It's never worked. Right now, do you know?
That's my problem.
Do you know who controls the Tanzanian economy? It's the Indians that left Uganda. It's not even the blacks.
Indians,
the blacks have
Arabs control the Tanzania. That's what I heard.
It's true. It's 100% same with Uganda. Even right now, when I went to Uganda, Indians own all the best companies. Even the bus company that I took to Uganda, right? They basically left me, right? Even it was their fault. The Africans were looking around, telling you, "Oh, I don't know." The Indian man said to me, "Look, sorry, go take this border, right? The motorbike. I'll pay for it. You can go catch the bus in the next small town over." I'm just saying, Indians control Uganda. Indians control Tanzania. You come to Kenya, Indians don't have that control like they used to. You will be barely seeing Indians unless you go to where they live, like parklands, right? So I'm just saying, even Tanzania is Indians controlling it. So it's not a good example. Not really.
Hey, Kaizo, do you remember that?
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Ridiculous out of Kenya.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. One second. What'd you say? Can you repeat that?
Remember Ridiculous? That comedy sketch that was out there during Moi's presidency. They were hilarious.
Oh, yeah, I remember that
they
shit.
Were funny as hell, man. And the reason why they were so funny is because they broke something over the Kenyan people, right? They said that we can make fun of our politicians, Because at first, when they came out, people were terrified to laugh, And they had Daniel Arab Moi's wife, the one guy had a wig on, and she's chasing everybody around the soccer field. That shit was hilarious. That's still on YouTube. That was hilarious, But the bottom line, people are like, how dare you, Nelson? The one that guy did Oprah Winfrey. Those motherfuckers were funny as shit, man. Ridiculous. The Kenyan sketch comedy.
Yeah,
it was freaking funny, man. They were making fun of all the politicians and lampooning all the politicians.
Churchill was like, I think Churchill that time, they call it Churchill, right? Or Ridiculous, right? The comedy show. That shit was like, I don't know why they stopped it. Like that shit was funny and it was like really smart and engaging. And I actually grew up in Moi era, right? So I knew all that stuff that was going on at that time. All I'm saying is, my brother Jamal, Tanzania is okay, right? And I respect that they're together, but we've never had a civil war in Kenya either. So capitalism all the way. This whole Ujamaa stuff doesn't work. It just communism never works, bro. It's just
Ujamaa never
agree
produced business class. It never produced industrialization. It's
Yeah,
like you
I
do all
agree
the
with
it
that.
stifles the
Listen.
black population, while the Indians, everybody make the real money and stuff. Real money.
Listen, hey, Kyla, listen, I agree with that, right? And that's why I said in my analysis that far as Pan-Africanism, Tanzania is the best spot. Now, the government is a little tricky now, but it's actually more East Indians in Kenya than it is in Tanzania. I think it's probably over 50,000 more, right?
They don't control the economy.
Hold on, let me land here. Well, one thing about Kenya also, you got to worry about the little ethnic skirmishes, right? Because they may not have had a civil war before, but you darn sure got ethnics going after one another.
What does that mean, right? Hang on, brother. Look, Jamal, right? Shout out to you, right? I respect you and everything, right? These ethnic skirmishes, do you know where they come from? These are the northern counties, the Dusty Cushites and Nilos, right? These are barely African people, right? I know Nilos are dark, but these are savages, right? On the Baringo County, Pokot, the borders of Somalia and Kenya. These ain't Kenyans, man, right? And unless they become civilized like the rest of us, I don't even claim them as Kenyans. Kenyans the moment you go through. Hang on.
That's why
the moment you pass through. Hang on, my brother. 1 second, then you can go. The moment you pass from Isiolo County, right? That's where they're mixed. Going downwards south, that's Kenya. The rest of that place, that's Ethiopia, Somalia, Uganda. We don't claim those people. These are savages.
That's what I heard. That's like I heard.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Urban Kenyan population. I look at it.
Yeah, sorry, Kala, just 1 second. I know, everybody on the panel on the chat thinks I'm like exaggerating it. No, if you're a Bantu, right, or you look Bantu, you go to these areas, they'll kill you. I'm not exaggerating. These are uncivilized people. Just because you look different from them, they'll kill you. These are not Kenyans. They don't participate in taxes. They still kill each other over cattle raiding. These are Ugandans, Ethiopians, and Somalis in these counties. We don't claim them. These are not civilized people.
Now, let me ask you something, Kaiser, right? Now, if somebody says that in Africa, can you get away with saying that? But I can't get away with saying that, These people, if I'm as a black, those of us in the diaspora, we say something like that, it's all hell breaks loose. It's like, these people aren't civilized. And then right away they start saying, oh, you live in a white man's country. I said, no, I just think, that's not the civilized way of doing things. But since you're on the continent, you could say that,
Yeah.
Could you have something?
But you know what? No, you're right. You're right. There's definitely hypocrisy there, right? And I'm never going to be one of these Africans that think every African culture is good. No, some of it is bad. If you go to Baringo County right now in Kenya, these are the South Sudanese people, right? They just happen to be in our borders. These people will kill you just because they think you're richer than them, right? My ex-girlfriend, she was Ethiopian, right? So she was a refugee in Kenya, near Turkana area, right? Do you know what they used to do to those refugees? Just because they had a better life than the locals there, the Turkana, they, forcibly drink grape juice. I hope you understand what that means, right? From these Ethiopian women, right? They used to steal from them just because they're richer than them, because they got clothes and stuff. And these Africans there from Kenya side, the Turkanas, they had nothing. So these people are not at the same level as us. And just for everyone listening, right? Civilization has got nothing to do with white man, right? I'm from the Wanga Kingdom. You can search it up right now. We were the most highly advanced kingdom in East Africa, right? Specifically Kenya. There was no other kingdom. The rest of these people are chasing hyenas and zebras and stuff, right? We were highly organized government structure and everything, right? So civilization's got nothing to do with white man. You had a Mali. I'm not going to go down that route, right? Civilization is a thing that exists in human history. You can't go around here defending African backwardsness by saying, oh, you just sound like the white man. No. How is being civilized a white man thing? No, it's a human thing. And some of us respect it and some of us don't.
Yeah, now let me ask you something, Kaizo. do you think the Pan-African is like we just make this blanket statement of all Africa? And I've been listening to you for a long time, right? We always talk about dusty Pan-Africans, right? They don't take time to understand there's different things of doing. Then when they do go to Africa, they get in trouble. I didn't know this was going to happen. They come back like, yeah, man, I went to Ghana and they took all my money. They did this, they did that and whatnot. Well, you didn't do your homework.
Yeah.
What do you expect? You didn't. You just believed in this blanket Pan-Africanism because Pan-African was also Black American imperialism. When I say Black American imperialism is that Black America has this, like I said, the Black America's burden. We think it's our job to basically civilize everybody, this, that, and the other thing, or make everybody a Pan-African like us and everything. And they understand, just like the way we have a way of thinking of our experiences, other people have different experiences, different ways of thinking, right? And we can't just superimpose our view on the world, to them.
Yeah.
And like you said, there's some Africans, right, who are never going to see eye to eye with Pan-Africanism. If you don't know that, you understand that's freaking dangerous, That's freaking dangerous. You can go to the wrong area, like you said, get killed. They don't understand that you were RBG wearing a red, black, and green and stuff like that. All they see is that you was another person that's in their way, and they're gonna kill you.
Oh yeah,
and stuff like that. So when you basically understand that rule is about survival, then you make yourself a better Pan-Africanist. Find the people who think like you, on a level, and people have to have a certain level of education and a certain level of civilization to understand what you're talking about, Because I said all the conflict in Africa is between the people who want to be civilized and the people who don't give a fuck. That's what I believe.
I genuinely agree with what you're saying right now, right? Because for example, in my case, right, I messed around too much in Africa, right? So let me give the context. When I was living in the UK, I never had friends, not really. I mean, I had a couple childhood friends, but I kind of stayed away from people. So I never had any issues in my life. Never had issues with police. Every time they stopped me, they said hi, right? Never had any interaction. Got my PhD, did, mess around the right way. I came to Africa. I started thinking, let me go drink with some buddies. I met this guy, we're going to start doing business together. For some reason, I ended up in a criminal case that I'm accused of stealing. And I've been here for like the last 2 years. I couldn't leave the country because apparently I'm a criminal. Now, my case I've finally been acquitted, right? Like 2 weeks ago. So at least I'm free. So thank God for that, right? But you got to understand here, right? When people hear your accent, what they're seeing is money. So you need to understand that. Make the right friends who you actually give money to so that they will protect you. Understand that it's a game and you have to play it right. Either make friends with other diasporans who you're in the same position, or find an African family or friends that you trust that you actually help them with their lives, whether it's business, whatever it is, you help them and they'll protect you. Because if you make friends with the wrong people, people will try anything to get at you. And it's nothing to do with you being a Black American. As long as they hear an accent that is not African, or they see attributes that you have more money than them, you're going to find yourself in trouble. Like I found myself in trouble for 2 years just because of that exact issue. So don't mess around in Africa, and people will kill you if you mess. Like I said, the average African man's temperament is so. You think about those niggas in America, in New York, trying to kill you because of you look to them weird. Africa, they won't do that. They'll study you for 2 months. They'll kill you because they want your house and your land. So I'm just saying, be very careful when you come down here. Find the right people.
Hey, Kaz, let me ask you a question. Isn't there a Somali state like in Kenya, inside of Kenya, a Somali territory?
Well, okay, yes, but you have to be more precise.
No, I'm saying, is it like a location or a territory where it's like 1 million Somalis live in this particular region of Kenya?
Not region. I think you're referring to. Okay, there is a Somali. Okay, half of Kenya's land belongs to Somali people, right?
Yeah, can you unpackage that a little bit? Because a lot of people don't know that, and this is why I keep saying Kenya would not be an ideal place for Pan-Africanism.
They want to go to Nairobi anyway.
Hang on. Yeah. So okay, Kenya. Okay, the Bantus and the civilized Nilotes, right? That's what I call them, the River Nilotes and the Kalenjin. The civilized Nilotes and the Bantus live southwards of what we call central Kenya, right? They're all the good people. If you go northwards, right, you find, again, Somalis, some people from one of my tribes, the Boranas, these are the Ethiopian people. and also the Pokot, which are more like Uganda / South Sudan, etc., Turkanas. So Somali territory in Kenya is at least, I'll say about 40% of the land in Kenya is Somali territory, right? You go from north of Isiolo, you go to Wajir, Garissa, Mandera, right? Mandera is actually at the border with Somalia itself. Now, Somalis are Kenyans. That's the thing which people need to know, right? Kenya is not a country for one tribe. They're one of the 44 tribes of Kenya, right? So they are Kenyan. However, I think you're referring to Eastleigh. Eastleigh is a sub-city in Nairobi where there's about 1 million Somalis there. Now, the issue is in Eastleigh is a lot of these Somalis are not Kenyan Somalis. These are people that came, elites that came from Somalia, escaping the war, and they bought Kenyan citizenship, right? Because all they have to do is find a Somali family with a woman claiming that that's their son. They process the birth certificate and then the Kenyan ID, right, at some point, and then the passport. So yeah, Somalis do have a region in Nairobi. It's called Eastleigh, and there's about 1 million of them living there. Yes, that's correct. But they are, again, the territories though, Kenyan Somalis. Like I said, Wajir, Mandera, Garissa, those kind of places.
RB says, I was over there in May. Okay, he went to that. Yeah, my guy Ross helped host that, the Barbados. It was a Pan-African Day in with the Barbados played an interesting role in the development of Liberia. And so in May, we had like 500 people that came from Barbados to Liberia as a delegation, as a tour. Right after the tour group we did, they came in May. And so, like I said, there's stuff going on, but that was a big event. Big people from Barbados are making a connection to Liberia, connection to Liberia. There's a lot of good stuff going on in the Pan-African world, but we don't talk about it enough. I mean, I know it doesn't get the clicks and the views that we like, but we got to start talking about this stuff that actually goes on. There's a lot of good things going on in different African countries. We got to say, hey, this is going on. This is good. This is going on is good and whatnot. Don't let these people that's against Pan-African, don't let them win. Because like I said, the bottom line is if we don't do this, the Indians are going to take the continent over. The friggin' Chinese are going to take the Lebanese and all these other people. They're going to do that. But the black people are going to sit back and be like, oh, geez, how's our continent being run by everybody else? Because we didn't believe in ourselves, So we have to do encouragement. That Blacks Without Borders series was made back in 2006. That was an amazing story of black people from America going to South Africa and doing amazing things and whatnot. I was hoping that there'll be more on a different level. I guess there are, but we don't talk about them enough, right? We had Bob Johnson a couple of years later who built a 4-star hotel in Monrovia, Liberia called Candasia, but he ended up selling it because he didn't get the support he needed in Liberia. So he pulled out. And so the bottom line is now, you got Liberians like, oh, what are we going to do to get more people like Bob Johnson? You had a chance. He was going to come in with millions of dollars to invest in everything. And so basically because they didn't see the vision, he just basically said, I'm moving on something else. He went to the Caribbean. So we have to basically look at that and everything like that. And like I said, the Pan-African world has to, Pan-African has to be about business. It has to be about, if there's no business, if it doesn't move the needle as far as business. I've been studying this for 32 years, right? And 32 years ago, man, I found out Africa had all the resources. And I said, man, Africa got this. Africa's the future, blah, blah, blah. Here it is 30-something years later, and I haven't seen the needle move one bit. The same resources that they say to make the Congo the richest place in the world, we ain't got one drop of it. There are no black-owned consortiums, that's mining and manufacturing and processing and creating wealth and everything. That was back in the early 90s. I knew about this stuff, right? I said, yeah, this country got this.
Yeah, but
yeah, go ahead.
Carlos, were you a Pan-Africanist? I mean, because when you were preaching Afghanistan, was that a Pan-African?
Because let's
you
say
wanted your own land within Africa, modern society within your own.
We said that is because the bottom line is this: how am I going to get the best minds from Kenya, right? Now, how am I going to get the best minds from from Ghana? How am I going to get the best minds from Nigeria? How am I going to get the best minds from the United States, from Canada, and everything? There has to be a neutral location. Who else could facilitate that but the African American culture? We did it before with Liberia, because Liberia was a cosmopolitan of Black cultures, and we did it in Harlem. People came from all over the world and lived in Harlem. That's the African American culture. So I said that African would be based on the African American culture of Pan-Africanism, right? But with bottom line, we don't want dummies. I don't want every African American like that, because they're destructive. I'd rather have somebody from like Kaizo from Kenya. I'd rather have somebody that's very smart from Ghana. I'd rather have a doctor from Nigeria. I'd rather have like this. And then also, here's the thing people don't talk about. There's a global system, not for resources, but human resources. Human resources are finite. Right now, Western countries are sucking up African human capital, human resources. You have somebody that gets to become a doctor, he's getting sucked into Germany. He's getting sucked into the UK. So where does that leave the Black race? So the bottom line is this. I'm saying if we had an African, we would have a chance of taking the best mind. Like I said, the Negro College Fund says a mind's a terrible thing to waste. The most important thing is the human mind. If you have a concentration of high IQ people in one area and everything with a culture of Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, yes, that country will thrive. I know it. I know it.
Which area?
It has to be somewhere on the African continent, somewhere like Angola, the Congo, something like that. It don't take much.
I mean, Kylo is trying to create a conflict with this Afghanistan thing,
How's that conflict? How
Yeah. Because when you say Africa, that's vague and abstract.
Yeah, but
he said no. He said they want a sovereign land to run their.
Well, how about this? A semi-autonomous land, right? Why do you guys get so that Africa that has never conceded sovereignty? Let me tell you something, right? You know why Africa can't get itself together? Is because if you look at West Africa. We had this conversation before. West Africa, right? There's no coordinated shipping movements in Africa, so foreigners control all the vessels that come in and out of the continent. Because Africans can't even create a West African shipping authority. That means you have to cede some of your sovereignty to a separate entity. Africans are so greedy, they don't want to cede sovereignty to nothing. But yet they got a fake ass thing called the African Union. You got to concede sovereignty. It's like
they have something like the Economic Community of
Jungle, come on, stop the cat. Let me add something here quick, right? I've been saying this to the people who keep saying, India is doing well. And I say something like, look, if you look at India's GDP per capita and compare it to Africa in total's GDP per capita, ours is higher. Even Ghana has a higher GDP per capita. The difference is India has what we call special economic zones. You go to specific towns and cities, they take the brightest and the best, and then they create industries like Tata Steel. They got car industries like Range Rover, they bought it, etc. Right? So India is able to consolidate all of that in these specific places because guess what? They are what I call a single administrative region. They get taxes and they get to create all these areas where they don't have visa. India is almost the size of a continent, right? A small continent, but still a continent.
It has the same population as Africa, In
Exactly.
Africa, probably you got all these countries that are so greedy. They want every nickel and dime and whatnot. They don't like Burundi. Can we really justify that country even existing?
No, it shouldn't exist. Burundi and Rwanda should be one country as an example. Same tribes, actually. Twa, Hutu, and Tutsi. So why are they not the same countries? Because of this nonsense that in Africa that we separate everything, we create all these distinctions, and I think tribalism is at the head of this, right? So if that was the case, we were just a single administrative region. We had you can travel to all these special economic zones. Lagos will become a tech hub. Nairobi will be a tech hub, right? And you get the best and brightest of Africans coming to these places that we can really do something. But unfortunately, right now,
the whole idea of an African will be about, because right now there'll be no need for African if we did have that, But the only way that's going to happen is we don't have tribalists in the way. They're going to get in the way. It is all they're thinking about is what's in front of them. It's like dude, it's like it's like somebody getting ready to prepare a meal, but instead of waiting for the meal to get done and set the table up, these motherfuckers in the kitchen eating the shit up before it even gets done. And when you ate the chicken already, you ate the
Yeah,
cornbread.
but I mean,
And they never
regarding
eat
like the borderless countries, the leadership, even in Kurma during his time, they held a discussion
not
about.
all borderless. Some things that should be
Wait.
that should
I
be
mean, the point, because the thing is, like, this was discussed in history at some point in time in history, right? The reason why they chose to maintain the same borders was, they
greed.
thought probably wasn't feasible at that time, but the discussion was held. Pretty much, it was really held.
All
I
you're
think
doing, you have the same borders. All you're doing is protecting the white man shit.
I think they
Africans
thought it wasn't feasible. I'll look into that and kind of give you, like, because it was really discussed actually, but there has to be a reason why it wasn't fruitful at that particular time. There has to be probably like stumbling block.
because if you're African and you've been watching the colonial people bring their people over here, and this guy is head of just shipping authority and everything, you're not thinking about there's somebody better equipped to run this from Nigeria or something like that. You're thinking about your own thing of getting in that position. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Mhm.
Everybody wants to covet these positions in Africa.
Yeah, Zongo.
And,
Zongo, Zongo, why are you trying to defend indefensible things? Right? African Union has been there almost as long as European Union. Yeah, they've integrated a market, open free borders of people and all that stuff. It can be done. The issue is Africans were greedy. Let me give you an example. When I went to Uganda, right?
Well, you can't say all of them, but some propose for that idea to have a borderless.
The proposal is not the issue, right? It's the fact
Yeah,
that
I'm saying some initiated that idea. Some probably disagreed, and that's why it never
initiative.
happened, right?
You're just copying European Union. This is not new ideas, right? The ideas are cheap, right? European Union already done it, right? The reason why we haven't done it is because we're greedy. When I went to Uganda like a couple of weeks ago, I used my Kenyan ID, didn't use a passport. So that's good. I was able to get in and out of the country. However, when I was at the border, so much corruption was going on, right? First, they're asking me about yellow fever. Bro, it's like, why are you asking me about yellow fever? First of all, these two countries are in the same economic East African whatever union thing, right? They actually had a yellow fever. They called it fake. Then they try to make me pay money for that. That's one thing. My cat, right? I transferred my cat from the borders, had all the paperwork, right? Vaccinations, everything. They start telling, you have to get it from the Ugandan side. I'm like, how am I supposed to get my cat vaccinated in Uganda when I'm trying to get into Uganda? And I can show you legitimate documents from my vet. That's his number, call it. They just wanted money. So I had to pay, right? All this stuff happens. You know what they could do, Zongo? They could integrate the Kenyan and Ugandan border to have a centralized system that either side can process it, but they won't do that because they both like to be corrupt. So it's just redundant, exactly, to make money from the other side. So Zongo, this has nothing to do with white man. You can't. It's just we are inept and we got the wrong people in government, right? Like, give one.
Kaizo, have you investigated Brazzaville and Kinshasa? Between the two, there's only separating them as a bridge, right? No bridge has been built. If you basically built the bridge, almost 10 million people will be connected.
Damn, that's crazy.
Ask why of all these years and everything like that, no one's ever said, you know something? We were both the Congo, right? You got Congo and DR Congo and everything like that. One's French and one's Belgium, whatever like that. Stupid stuff and everything. And they're too scared to friggin' unite as Africans. It's just, look, come on. The burden of Pan-Africanism is something that can't be on Black America. That's disheartening when we see stuff like that. What chance do we freaking have? You got Africans say, you mean tell me you guys can't come out of your ass to build a simple bridge? You don't have to build a suspension bridge. Just so y'all can have trade back and forth. Then on each side, everybody said when they do roll across the river, you got people out there lining their pockets, shaking people down. Stuff like this. I'm like, come on. And the white man sits back like, my type of Africa. I love it like this. They know you ain't going nowhere. And so we come here with our Pan-Africanism. Why you guys are the same people? Why you guys just build a bridge and have an economic zone, say like Asia does? Asia, they did like after the Bandung conference, they agreed that they have to link all the ports and everything around Asia together, and stuff like that, logistics and everything. Some countries will be a place of manufacturing. Some countries a place of storage and logistics and bulk breaking, like Singapore. Some countries will be this for heavy industry for a time period and whatnot. Some countries will be this and everything. And they integrated themselves to the point where in 30 years they caught up with the West.
I would say that unfortunately, I don't think the leaders want to actually make Africa work, because one thing I noticed after living here for a couple of years is African the rich men who get rich in Africa, some of them do it for legitimate business, but a lot of them, they make money because they're making money from you. It's not you're not creating a business, you're not creating value added to anything. You're just making money from the citizens itself. The police over here, every time I'm on a Matatu, right? I don't use them anymore, but when I see them, they get stopped by the police. Why? Because the police want their cut. I mean, this is in your face all the time. I'm not talking about people who do something wrong.
I'm going to tell you right now, as much as I love Liberia, it's kind of shocking, man, when you got a government official basically trying to hit you up for a bribe. I'm like, huh?
Yeah,
huh?
This happens all the time.
It's like I'm in the Twilight Zone. I can't believe what he just asked me. You know?
Yeah, well, I mean, most of them, they don't really get money like that, though. Carla, just police
No,
officials.
why are you always defending these dirty Africans, Congo? I mean, Zongo. Why? It's not about the money, Zongo. It's a corruption. Because Zongo, if what you're saying is true, why is it that at the highest level of government they still steal? Like, let's use your logic, right? If your logic is they don't have enough money, why do they all steal at the highest and lowest level? Africans are just thieves, Zongo. You gotta understand that. That's a cultural problem.
I think the corruption thing was discussed. I mean, in getting political spaces, I mean, they discuss it. I think there's a cultural element part of it as well. You know, because generally in our culture, for someone to do something for you, you have to give them something if they help you. You know, sometimes people tend to do that. You know, and I'll give one typical example. This one time, my mom was sued. She went to the law court. You know, everything. It was just a like minor problem, right? That was my first time my mom went to the court, right? She was in shock. She couldn't believe her neighbor took her to the court, right? But then eventually she was told to go and see no more, right? But because of the favor to her, she felt like the judge verdict was something incredible. It saved her from going to jail. She actually gifted the judge with a gold chain, you know. But in her mind, she thinks it's just, you know, the judge helped her or something. But then, you know, like, how is she supposed to know, man? I think it's a cultural thing sometimes, you know.
So your mom used corruption to get out of jail. You see, that's African.
Not really, man. I mean, how is she supposed to know what corruption is? Culturally, it means something in someone else's favor.
See, but also, some of these countries are so fragile, man.
I got arrested. I got arrested in Liberia. You know, can you believe it? You know, I got arrested in Liberia. I had my camera out at a checkpoint. Motherfucker thought I was taking pictures. Man. I was like, motherfucker, haul me in there.
But Kala. Also, man, some of these governments are very fragile, man. And you know, a lot of these governments aren't the strongest. So it's nothing to get next to a politician and bribing, you know, and to so he can pay for, you know, his expenses.
If that was that easy, then Africa would be so much further. But once you see once you give you that bribe, that still don't mean you're going to get what you need done.
So if that is the case, how would you define like lobbying? Because I mean, theoretically, that is also considered like bribery too. Because this even came up, lobbying, like, you know, the idea of lobbying or something.
Oh, let me say like this.
Influence like parliamentarians to pass the decisions, right? Business.
This is how lobbying is just that, lobbying, right? Lobbyists on both sides negotiate legislation. It's not a quid pro quo. It's saying, okay, this is what we're going to do. Can we put this together in the legislation and stuff like this, you know? But one thing you cannot do is go to a politician and slip them an envelope of cash and say, put this in. It has to be okay.
Yeah, but they spend money. Most lobbyists, like the one that you meet them over here,
because
they do get huge sums of money to.
Oh yeah, the lobbyists get money, but they can't. Where the buck stops is the politician. The politician got to sign up for it and say, "Yeah, look, why should I do this?" Well, this other politician right here say that he's going to sign this bill right here that you want, right? And so basically, they find this politician over here that wants this done, right? And this politician wants this done, and they get an agreement between this politician. Hey, look, you got that legislation coming up next year, in a few months, or whatnot. You're gonna need such and such vote, right? Yes. Okay, so you got a politician, and this is what you get paid to do. And you go ahead and say, look, I need this legislation passed and this thing like that. What would I get out of it? Or that bill that you want, thing like that. We're gonna put that in committee and bring it to a floor for a vote.
Yeah, but theoretically, that's also
But the
private
bottom
too.
line, but you could do that as far as like legislation.
Because the thing is, it's being considered lobbying. They
what you're not do is go to
No, wait, Zongo. I think what you're doing right now is trying to make an equivocal argument, right? Let me make it clear, right?
Yeah, because the thing is, the same issue came up in Ghana too. Many people identified this because I think there was it an Israeli government lobbying. I think
they were basically bribing and lobbying, two different things.
Yeah,
I mean, they were.
And also, when foreigners are involved, that's obviously different. Look, Zongo, let me give you a very simple, clear example, right? In the UK, if I want like a visa process quickly, right, I pay money, like $1,000, right? They'll process your visa in 2 weeks. If you want it to take the normal time, it will take 3 months, right? You pay $200 or whatever it is. It's very strict, very specific about what the service is rendered, and that money goes even to the government. In Africa, the money goes to some pocket of some dusty guy who refuses to do his job just so that you give him the money. Very different, right? I went to the Kenyan Passport Immigration Office a couple days ago. Do you know what happened? Because a woman saw that I'm a British citizen, she stole my Kenyan ID just so I couldn't process my documents. Now I have to wait for my Kenyan ID before I do it again. She just took it. And there's nothing I could say. Africans, unfortunately, Zongo, I know you love to defending these people, but culturally, we're still backwards, man, and we got to sort this out.
Right? I'm just speaking in terms of like conceptually. The idea of doing that, influencing people to do that might be considered bribery too. Conceptually, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, they're all similar, but they're not the same, right? Let me another example. Don't go. America's corrupt. Well, America steals from other people. It generally doesn't steal from themselves. It's very different than Africa, where we steal from our own people. There's different levels to this stuff, right? You can't call America corrupt and Nigeria corrupt because Nigeria steals from its own people. America steals from everybody else. Very different. So we're not against
I mean, America steals from its own too. But the thing is, because America bribes and does all the illegal stuff too. But the thing is, you know what? Kyle Genesis is going to get a nice road in front of his house, right? He's going to get 24-hour electricity. A sanitation. Kyle is getting a water treatment plant. You know what I mean? So it's going to make Kyle feel better about his corrupt government. Because he's getting goods and services.
That's the point. He's there to give you those goods.
He's part of America, right? And I was talking about somebody today. We were talking about Jamal. I was talking to Jamal today. I said, look, white people have jobs that a lot of times you can't even pronounce them. They'll have a government contract or whatever, big contract, whatnot. And it's like, well, what's this guy doing? It'd be some white guy when I'm a director of blah, 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 blah. And the average black people, you can't even understand what they're doing. Or a black job, like Trump was saying, what a black job is, We go to a company where the black jobs are well defined. White guys, they're part of this bureaucracy that's corrupt, but it's legal. Illegal corruption and whatnot, Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, you got a job, but it's a waste of time. This guy is not a thing. That's why a good politician, when he gets in office, he wants to fire bureaucrats. Bureaucrats waste time and money in the sector, in the public sector, everything like that. But it's legal. If you write it into law, okay, we need this, that, you can create jobs for people or whatnot, just to pay them a salary. Or if let's say you have a so-called nonprofit, right? Well, is it really nonprofit if your salary is $500,000 a year?
not really.
Also, in America, right? Do you know how many white people? I know because I do healthcare for a living. You know how many white people that are rich that are on Medicaid and food stamps and whatnot?
Yeah. The Boeing guy who was making over $1.something million a year. That was outrageous, right?
Yeah,
right. Like the senator of Missouri grilling that man. Do you watch like the hearing?
Oh yeah, I watch that sometimes. The Republican senators be killing them. Check us out. Anyway, if you have in America, right, you could be a multimillionaire, right? But guess what? By the time you get retired, all you have to do is roll over there to a trust fund, give it to your kids, and the kids move into your house, wherever like that. You get to keep the house and everything like that. But you can go ahead and collect Medicaid and all your expensive medical things taken care of, whatnot, and everything like that. And you can get food stamps, everything like that. And you got a trust fund worth millions of dollars. You can hide it's called, and the government can't touch it. And you're hiding your money. That may be unethical, right? You lived a good life, made millions of dollars and whatnot, but yet you put it in a trust fund and whatnot. Now you still got access to it because you put it in your kid's name, but you're still living good, right? Like that. But you're able to access stuff that was supposed to be for low income people, but it's legal.
Yeah, I'll give you an example, right? I actually live in a low income designated house, right? That Ruto built, and guess what? I'm loving it, right? I know it's corrupt, but I'm paying next to nothing to live in like the nicest estate in the whole county. It is what it is, right? Poor people don't have access to this stuff and knowledge, right? We black people generally don't have information. Like I remember my mom went to the UK as she had a master's and everything in agricultural science from, again, a UK university, but she couldn't get a good job. Back then there was racism, right? 20 years ago, 25 years ago. But in the end, I did? I helped her get into the system. I helped her apply for some proper management, jobs in the hospital and everything. Now she's making bank. All I'm going to say is black people generally don't look into these contracts that these people get because we're always kind of just doing things the way that our parents or our people that around us do it. Like you can get these contracts. You just need to be in the right places. And black people talk about racism. Like, how can you talk about racism when you never even tried? You never really sat there for like a year.
You got to get in. I learned so much by going to bars, listening to white people talk, and getting into their conversations. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? So the Pan-Africans of the future we need Pan with knowledge of the world. We need Pan-Africans that spent 10 years in Japan. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That spent 10 years in Southeast Asia. We
and
need that world.
And even sometimes you just have to be working. I'll just give an example. Even at my workplace, for instance, right? I think the state was giving out money. How much was that? Man, that was a lot of money. I think was it like $10 million or was it like $30 million to a particular county to kind of like they have to use the money because if they don't use the money, it has to be air quality related stuff, right? If they don't use the money's just going to it's going to disappear in the budget. Someone has to use it, and they ask us if we know any companies that might be able to
come in, create a job and title for themselves, and there'll be one more job that you don't even know existed. And how the hell do they do that? That's what we mean by white jobs and black jobs. I mean, we having these jobs that what the hell is that?
So that's when I realized that if you are really well connected and someone know like a company or something, they're going to tell, okay, why don't you compete for this grant? If you get this grant, then your money just comes to you. So sometimes just how you are like within the system, if you are very connected, then
hold on, wait a minute. I know y'all know what Trump was saying when he was talking about black jobs, right? I know y'all.
Everybody know what a black job. When you see the mailman come up the street, that's a black job. We know what a black job is.
No, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. You got white mailmen too. Right?
I know, but
I think Trump, in context of what he was saying, he's pretty much talking about on the lower end, right? The lower end of black society, right? You have what they call unskilled black jobs, right? Laborers, essential workers, or it could be the person in a hospital, whatever.
More white people are moving towards jobs that manage this whole $30 trillion economy. They be doing jobs.
Yeah. So because some people, but the reason why I say that, kind of, because some people act like they don't know what he meant by black job.
Yeah, they act like dumbfounded. On TikTok, what's a black job? The job you're at, job you're gonna be clocking in Monday morning doing, And the bottom line is this: more like, you got black people in corporate America and stuff like, we got that, right? But for the most part, right, those jobs that systems analysis or marketing, these jobs that they pay white people $200,000 a year to doing that, those are white jobs, And it's hard pressed to find a black one. You do have black people in those positions, but it ain't typical.
Mhm.
Typical black job is construction and stuff like that, civil service, and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
civil service, right? Yeah.
That's black jobs. Let's be honest with ourselves. You ain't
Government jobs, government jobs.
you ain't no systems analysis for the stock from some brokerage firm, whatever. Like that. It ain't happening.
Man, you got.
That's just
come on,
reality.
you got black people that do that though. But
Oh,
that's
we
not,
know that. I know we got black people do that, but just
But not much. Even like even the former rapper, what's his name? Camilo Nair, what's his name? The guy from Texas.
yeah.
When he was investing in tech, a lot of the times he used to say, "Man, you don't see people like us in this industry." Like he say that all the time in tech in California. Yeah.
In reality, well, Silicon Valley did a thing like 10 years ago talking about there's no blacks in Silicon Valley. No, you think? There's no blacks in Silicon Valley. It was like yeah, we got black people in coding. We're trying to catch up and everything like that. But for the most part, for yourself, right? When some new technology come out, you know how far behind we are. We feel stupid. White people show us how stupid we are all the time. But something like StreamYard come out when we're like, why can we think of that shit? Because we're not white. We're black. We're behind the fucking curve all the fucking time. That's just the way it is. We tell me even like
but again, I gotta give you a little pushback though, because you do have black people that come up with all kinds of
but after the fact.
technology. But the thing is, what happens is also a series of funding, right? It comes down to a funding thing. When you talk about a lot of these technologies, you got different rounds of funding. Your first round, second round, right? And with some of these, and with some, because all these tech people ain't white. They come from all kind of backgrounds, right?
Indians and whatnot.
A lot of them know how to get the funding. The funding is a very important piece. You can have all the ideals in the world, all the what you want to do. If you don't have the proper funding behind it, you're going to get lost in the sauce. So it's a little nuance to it also. But go ahead.
Well, I know that. That's why when I said the typical black job is something. Well, we'll give you plenty of money to get that post office job, nigga. Get out there.
Well, let's be honest. An illegal immigrant cannot get a post office job. That is a government.
I know that, but I'm saying, give it time, man. If these staffing businesses go the way they're going right now, the retirement, the black jobs retiring, and the blue collar job is going to be a thing in the past because staffing businesses are taking over jobs like it ain't funny. Staffing businesses don't have to pay into a 401k. They don't have to pay pensions. They don't even have to buy health care. So the companies are moving towards that. Shoot, if I can get somebody coming here from a legal alien that could do a job and whatnot, why do I have to freaking hire all these people, black people, whatever like that I gotta pay them a pension, a 401k, pay for their birthday parties at the office, a day off and shit like that, vacation time, all that's cost, And so the bottom line, that's what we're moving towards. That's what Trump meant, like the black jobs, because these staffing businesses, and Biden's corrupt.
But Trump, let's be honest, Trump wants the black vote. It was a dog whistle.
And
I get it. Listen. It's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with pandering, because that's what politicians do. So he put the dog whistle out there. Let's see if that hold on. Let's see if that demographic that he's referring to, right, is going to go to the polls and see which way they're going to vote. Or are they going to vote for Biden, or are they going to vote for Trump? They have a choice. They gave them a choice. But go ahead.
We're not allowed to have a choice in Black America.
Because what he said don't affect me. It don't affect my career. What I'm saying is it affects a certain demographic of black folks, right? Now I want to see what they're going to do. I want to see what's going to happen in November.
Truck driving, you can forget it. Mexicans, that's something they can get into. They're already taking Uber and stuff like that, and the food services and whatnot. It's gonna be tough. The black people like these jobs like that and everything like that. It's like back in the days, the Cubans came to Miami and took over black people's jobs in the service industry. The black people forgot about that. Cubans, they both looked at Cubans there, and they freaking just the hotels and everything like that was once black, and the Cubans took it over. Just like that overnight.
Yeah, Jamal, you're right, man. Trump speaking out of the black jobs was just, he was just looking for the black votes, So I don't know why people would
No,
just,
wait, hang on,
so-
Zongo. What do you mean just look? Obviously, he's looking for votes, right? But is he going to provide the jobs or not? That's the question. After Obama, Trump increased the number of black people in employment. That's a fact, also.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to say is that
Obama never even mentioned
the average black person is just looking for attention at the national stage, Trump speaking about black jobs because initially even people like Omar Johnson were arguing that no, the LGBT community have taken the spot of the black people. They're no longer being used as
we ride in, we rode in, we let these people ride in on our backs and everything like that. Just like the Palestinians thought they were going to ride in on our backs over this last way, and black people like, And I had I see this one TikTok where this Palestinian guy was quoting Malcolm X and was like, dude, we have you got Malcolm X never talked about blowing people up and killing people and shit like that. We're not in the same struggle. So everybody rides on the black people's back in America because we're always angry. So therefore, we're not really focused on Pan-Africanism stuff like that. So all we're talking about is just radical stuff. When we talk about jobs, oh man, what do you mean by black jobs? What do you mean by this? Black people in America are just disagreeable, just to be disagreeable, and everybody knows we're unorganized and everything like that. And everybody say, yo, these people are stupid, they're emotional.
But that's an American thing, though, to be able to voice your opinion and have the first amendment.
Black people act stuff, right? I don't believe the average white person.
That's American culture. It's not just black people. That's American culture.
Don't you think white
that's
people,
that's liberalism,
Don't you think
but it's just American culture. American culture, you can speak in a public square, so people gonna have their own, particularly on social media. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, that's embedded. Liberalism is embedded in American culture.
We have the problem, though, right? Even though we say that, right? You got people on television reinforcing this stuff that you say, okay, I thought about it, and go there. Hey, I turn on Jimmy Kimmel, he's saying it, right? I turn on The View, they're talking about it, like, dude, give me a break. You turn on TikTok. But I was thinking,
well, that came from Black Twitter. Black Twitter made it. I don't know if you know about Black Twitter, but that's where that momentum came from, the black jobs thing.
It's like, dude, man. So how are we talking about this 25? Don't we have other things?
Yeah, but the question I have is that why is Pan-African Strikes Back always promote? For Republicans, like, does he has any tangibles that?
The whole thing is like this. Let me tell you something about this. And Brandon's my good brother, right? My whole thing about this is when you see black people conservative is because they really have something to. Brandon's a family man. He has a wife, a daughter, and stuff like that. He likes the middle class life and stuff like that. So that appeals to him, just the basic stuff, right? When you look at Afro Think Tank, right? Can he actually justify his liberalism, right? What comes on liberal is the LGBTQ rights, men going into women's bathroom with a penis, gender thing. Like a lady was kicked off a plane the other day because she said the wrong pronouns to somebody. All this crazy stuff that's going on and stuff like that. So when you look at this stuff, it's like, what side of the thing you on?
But Kyla, we have to admit though. Hold on, we have to admit now. I gotta be balanced and fair here. The reason why you get an Afro think tank, the reason why you get people that's not conservative, is because a certain party, which is the Democratic Party, have protections for black folks at the federal level. Right, we had a big thing called the Civil Rights Act, right? And I think people, when they go in that booth, they're not thinking about LGBT. They're not thinking about. They're thinking about protection, right, of the federal government. I'm gonna lay here, Colin. And the Democratic Party, we got to be honest, it provides more protection. Now, I'm not saying it's that much more than that, but it provides more protection under federal law than Trump's party. We have to.
Oh, but let's be honest with ourselves, right? There was never such thing as liberals until the Civil Rights Movement. They didn't exist in American culture. They were there, but they were marginalized, right? So in the late 1950s, they realized that how do we get in power, particularly Jewish liberals, Jewish people, right? How do we gain power? And the bottom line is people like Chuck Schumer and all these people got power by basically saying, we're going to be your guardians and protectors and everything like that. The liberal wing of the thing, they had two groups of people, the unions, the working unions, and they had black folks, right? Black folks, they always put the Republicans as a boogeyman. So it's all about power. In the process, the liberals, right? Although let's say you're telling the truth about the civil rights and everything, but that's not their goal, right? Their goal is taking care of their rich friends and everything like that. They're just as tied to Wall Street and stuff like that as anybody else. But they get in power from black people, right? But always freaking threatening us with this. If the Republican, now when I lived in New York, let me tell you something, Jamal. Back in the late 80s and early 90s, right? There was like a war between black people and white Democrat liberals in New York City. There was like a war. It almost got bloody, especially during the Central Park jogger case, There was like a war between white liberals and everything like that. Because black people were like, look, we're moving into power, trying to get black power, and the liberals basically want to control us and whatnot, And the liberals were always like, well, y'all came up here from Mississippi and we're like, well, we don't need y'all, And so we have white people who were just riding on black people's back for generations, not doing nothing. And we had no black people on the MTA board. So I give Sharpton all them credit that they got the first blacks on the MTA board. We dominate the civil service, and we're the most transit workers, but we had nobody on the board. That was given to white liberals and their family and everything like that. That's what we sacrificed by these liberals. They're going to take care of their family. They're going to take care of all these people. They're the ones carving up the money for their own little pet projects and everything like that. So that's why I can't go by, well, the liberals like this way. Black people start to see through this shit, But particularly people in places like New York. I remember that shit. Black people like, we're tired of you motherfuckers, You guys got all the power, and y'all give us this whole thing about, and remember something, at the same time, it was Joe Biden talking about the crime bill. And the liberals in style like this. Joe Biden went around talking about, him and Hillary Clinton talking about super predators and all that. And black people started turning on the Democrat Party, And so it was Bill Clinton that saved
but the thing is, black people getting the required skills to make them employable. Because even till today, like I do see a lot of like friends that I know, they still do get jobs, Especially,
what I'm saying is, what black people, you gotta say something. It wasn't about jobs. Black people were trying to move up. That's what people don't understand something. If you come from the South and you like this, okay, my father worked in a factory, I don't want to work in a factory. I want something better. Black people had the same desires for upward mobility as white people did.
But you have to start from somewhere, Carla.
Yeah, but we already started. We were basically in the factories. We're the ones who built the freaking factories in Detroit, in Pittsburgh, and stuff like that. Now we're saying we want to produce a generation of kids that could go into those professional jobs and stuff like that. That's what the goal was. We were supposed to be that generation that thrived. In many ways, we did.
But there's still a lot of jobs. Because I mean, if you look at
there's always gonna be jobs. But the thing is, let me give you an example. Generation X, my generation, right, produced Master P. We produced Puff Daddy, Moguls. That was unheard of. We produced Carl Kanai. We produced FUBU. We produced all this stuff like that. There was a lot of stuff going on during Generation X's time period, right? Because we said we want different than what our parents had. We wanted something different more than what our parents had, So we don't want to do the same thing like that. We don't want to just give you jobs. People say, oh, y'all ungrateful. We have jobs, whatnot. Well, geez, if it was left up to the white liberals, whatnot, there wouldn't have been no Sean John. There would never been no friggin' Rockaware. There would never been no Carl Kanai. It would never like this. We'll be just sitting there waiting on them. Okay. So we were proud of the fact that we were able to go out there and
but Carla, like even people like within the immigrant community, like let's say like the student that came here to study, I mean, every year, like America issues like H-1B visas to over 100,000 immigrants to work over here. There are a lot of job opportunities out here. In fact, even if you look at like the Department of Labor like requirement.
Thing is those jobs, right? When you talk about
Wait,
that,
let me
a lot of
finish.
black people in America don't want those jobs.
The Department of Labor requirement, they prioritize on the citizens. It's only if they don't find the citizens that want
They
that
don't want.
those
They don't
jobs.
want to find the
They
citizens.
give, yeah. No, they prioritize the citizens. Because even like when they were applying for my visa for me, the company has to demonstrate that where they other employable American citizens that can you demonstrate the proof that what do you provided do you submitted on the various like employment channels for Americans to see and they never applied. Okay, if they never did, you have certain timeline, then they can consider you as an outsider. That's how it works. So because sometimes when I watch, I'm like, man, like there is tons of jobs available, like that
Well, yeah,
they
there's
give to
plenty.
other
There's
people.
plenty of jobs.
Unless maybe the black people don't want those kind of work, like the professional
Well,
jobs that you're speaking about.
now remember something, right? Jobs come with socialization.
Hmm.
Socialization. When you go to a job, there's a problem with Black America is that we got to be socialized, right? And I know for myself, right? When you go to a new job, whatever like that. When I used to work, when I didn't have my business, I went my job. Every time I had to go to a new job, whatever like that, I had to adjust to different people, and I had a bad attitude. I'm like, oh, what the hell, this. And a lot of Black people in America got bad attitudes. They're like, oh man, why am I in this stupid job, man? I don't want to be around these people, whatever like that. And blah blah blah. I'd rather be
What do you
kicked.
mean? What do you mean? If they went to predominantly,
What I'm saying is even Black people among themselves and whatnot. If you don't know somebody and whatnot, and we're thrust together, you got to work with this person 8 hours a day. You're like, oh man, fuck this place.
aren't you supposed to learn that from
Yeah,
university?
that's a lot
University.
of people like that. Yeah, I don't think that's just black people. That's why I seen
That's
white
just
people.
everybody,
Like
but
Yeah,
Black
but,
people.
Jamal, I mean, aren't you supposed to learn that when you went to university? Because when you went to university, you didn't know anybody at the university.
yeah, you got to have a good outlet. That's any job though. But once you're there for a while, people get miserable,
Yeah.
cranky. Like them white boys. They can sit there. Oh man, fuck this place all day. You know what I mean? Ungrateful. But if a black person do it, we consider, grumpy. We got bad attitude.
Hey, we got
White
bad
boys
attitude.
does stuff all
It's a
day.
lot, but brother, Zana, because you're not African American, man. It's just really hard.
Yeah.
African Americans is to go there because you got all this shit boiling in your head 24 hours a day, racism, white supremacy, our history, and everything like that. And they come in there and say, oh, yeah. And when you work on a job, let me give you some game, Zana, right? How to survive as a black man in America, right? Let me tell you right now, right? You better have a favorite sports team, right? Because when the boss comes around and say, did you see the game this weekend? You'll let him know that you was watching that football game and you weren't doing something else.
No, really. I mean, I don't do that. They know, like, I come from Ghana. I don't watch football.
You got the
hockey.
Ghana card to play.
Wait.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
they
watch.
do. They gonna run
Wait, but
the whole them color. They gonna play on
Jamal, some of them are really understandable, right? Some of them are. Some of the, I mean, because even at my workplace, I know some of these white Americans that are first generation, maybe Dutch or even English people. They still know, like, because one of my coworkers is first generation Dutch. He knows his dad came from Netherlands, and sometimes when we meet, he speaks about soccer with me, for the most part, right?
Yeah, you guys don't have the same racial dynamic as a white person in America, white American and a black American. That's a different race. Like people
Man, Kala, the black American. There's one black American that I do work with her. She has better relationship with those white folks at the workplace. I mean, I don't want to generalize. I don't want to generalize. I don't want to generalize.
That happens.
I don't want to generalize. I'm just speaking on based on my
if we see
right?
a black person and you're too friendly with white people on the job, man, it's like, oh, that nigga's an Oreo. Aunt
But
Jemima.
she's a very professional. She's a very professional lady. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
but
lie.
some
Aunt
people
Jemima,
got, but
you
Kyler,
know?
some people got that personality. They just good around white folks, man.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
she's very good. She was even like when we had a whole department meeting. She was part of like the presenters around like, and she was really good. She was really damn good. Like, and she
No,
was
I'm proud of those type of black people.
yeah, she was
But
really good.
those are black people we could use in the Pan African world. They can be around white people and get shit done. You know, those are black people actually need. You know,
So
and
we
I
not,
don't
but Kyler, we're not attracting them in the Pan African
know.
movement.
You know, somehow we got to do better,
We
man.
don't.
We got to do better, man. Those are
Yeah.
the type of black people we need. Black people we need. Next show we do, I'm gonna play the top 20 black businesses in America. Right, all the people know this. I said, how do we get those black people involved in the Pan African movement? You know, top 20 black businesses in America,
Hey,
industrial.
Kyler, they making too much money in Atlanta, man, and Los
So
Angeles.
they're all a
They
lot
not
of them in
coming.
the Midwest, some in
Yeah,
Michigan.
yeah. I know. I'm just using them
Yeah, but
cities as
they
example.
can open up operations on the continent and make
Hey,
money
Kyler, they
too.
making too much money in Detroit and Chicago. They ain't going
You
nowhere,
can
man.
always want more money, create opportunity. They don't
Because you
think
gotta
about
remember,
it with
Kyler, you
themselves.
going, Kyler,
Yeah.
if somebody invests, if somebody invests money in Africa, the first 5 years they're gonna lose money. Let's be honest.
Well, that's what the government, the OPEC is for. OPEC is for Overseas Private Investment Corporations for.
Yeah.
They give you the money, cover your investments if you're gonna go to a third world country and invest. You know, just that we don't have it costs $5,000 to join OPEC. I wanted to raise the money to join it years ago and whatnot, but I don't really have no credible investors. But I was trying to get into it years ago, maybe attract investors and whatnot. But basically, if we were organized, we would be a member of OPEC, and then we invite corporations to join. They could put the grant money in.
But Kyler, then the Pan Africans say, "Well, Kyler, that's capitalism." You know,
we don't give a damn. Look, I'm basically taking charge of the Pan African world and say,
the question is, are black people taking are they taking the STEM courses? Do they really study the STEM courses? The black people in America?
Yeah, you got black people in America doing freaking everything, right? But the whole thing is those type of black people, I meet them all the time, right? Especially in Virginia. They're engineers, they're scientists, everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they're so engulfed in the white world. And when I had this one guy years ago, I was doing Uber and Lyft when these guys, young guys sitting there talking to him and whatnot. But what can we do? These guys and the white girls, you know?
Yeah. Because even like where I went to university, they were like, this black people from Missouri, and they own companies and they were making millions of dollars. And I used to question myself, why I never hear about this person on the media? He's not even champion.
The bottom line is there's black people out there doing a lot of stuff, but the only thing people want to focus on is black misery and suffering.
And the tennis, right? And the entertainers, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
the rappers and everything like this.
And they misery merchants, man.
So like I said, I want to reach out to that area of Black America that I come from. The Black America that's doing shit. Introduce them to the Pan African.
But Kyler, you don't want the hole-ups of the world?
I don't want no clown like hole.
Man, back in the days, I used to like you and Holden back in the days though. Like I don't know.
That guy is a fucking clown, man. I wish I would known he was a clown.
But Kyler. I mean, when I came across him on even YouTube, they still speak about Pan-Africanism in a nice way,
But the bottom line, when it came actually down to doing work, Kyler does work. He's just all talk. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. But maybe some people are just about talking. They got to be spokesperson.
He wants to basically silence me because he says, "Kyler, man, you think you're all that and whatnot, dude, man. If you're got this thing where you're jealous."
But Kyler, everybody can put into action. Some got to talk, and some got to work behind the scenes. Collectively, that's how you build our institutions, right?
Like my whole thing is this. I never joined the BAO when I had to blow myself up and be big and whatever like that. I really believe that one day we can have an African, we could build this thing and could spread. We want to have local chapters in each state and whatnot, have meetings, whatnot, bring out STEM people around, go out to bowling and do social events and build a real organization. That's what I wanted to do. Still want to do.
I was part of the BAO when I was in Cyprus. I joined like the engineering section, but I mean there was nobody to
And the
socialize.
bottom line, they got away from that and whatnot because all the engineers and stuff like that were in there, they left because they got
Yeah.
no support.
Till today, I still get sometimes emails from BIO, but I've kind of blocked it though. I don't have I don't see the reason of getting emails from
Well, I send those out, whatnot. So,
occasionally, right? Yeah, I used to be part of like BIO like back in the day, but it wasn't that active. The web page.
yeah,
The,
so
like the
it's active now. It's like we're doing stuff and stuff, posting stuff and stuff like that. Got a lot of new pictures and stuff like that uploaded.
I mean, but
so-
kind of was that easy to meet those kind of people, like, cause like they have like what's the name, like even back in when I was on campus, they have like Black Engineers Association, like National Black Engineers Association.
Yeah, we wanted to create the BAO Engineering Association.
I mean, you can just go there and just I mean, cause it's just made up of Black people over there.
Yeah, the bottom line, but what I found out was a lot of these engineering associations, you get there and I join them, and they don't do nothing. They end up with conspiracy theories and shit. It's like, damn, I'm in another Hotep group.
Oh no! I mean, the professionals, no, they don't engage in stuff like
Well,
that.
I know, but somebody like that,
professionals,
people
yeah,
who
you're
run
right.
the-
The professionals ain't talking.
people who run the social media, they're a bunch of idiots. They sit there and be just.
I started to learn about the hoteps when I started to listen to you guys, not you in particular, but maybe like
bottom line is this.
the Pan African
It's
community.
like the agriculture group, right? The agriculture group. We want some agriculture group, right? I thought we were going to be talking about agricultural science. We created a BAO agriculture group, so I want to link to that. But I went to their group one night, and all they keep talking about was this lawsuit with the federal government and all this stuff like that about hemp and the conspiracies of everything's a damn.
They wanted to sell hemp in Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, all stupid stuff. And when I said, look, how's that basically talk about agriculture? And you're talking about all this stupid stuff. Like I say, I can't sell this in Africa. I can't sell this in Africa. What do you talk about? I wanted to talk about tractors and modern farming, modern mechanized farming and stuff like that. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about your freaking conspiracy theories about the federal government and whatnot, what they owe black farmers and all this kind of stuff like that. Fuck them.
So, Kyle, you mean to say like someone like me on my workplace, I might probably get a pass because they know like I wasn't from here. Like when it comes to like conversation.
You go there, they know you're from Ghana. They're like, "Oh yeah, hey, how you doing? You got a pass, man." Me? What was the score? This game? You took the game out? Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, and I got to do my little cool shuffle.
Oh yeah, okay. I get what you're saying. I get.
They got to talk about the game.
You better talk about that game, man.
A lot of them do like baseball though. They do like baseball a lot.
Yeah, they like baseball.
I told one of them, I said, Cooper, man, I mean, I don't really know baseball, but if you want to speak soccer with me, I mean, we can discuss about English Premier League.
They'll give you a pass on baseball. But football and basketball, look, you black, you better know.
Exactly. Oh yeah, you're right.
And you better be like, oh yeah, we're going this time, man. We got the score. You better make sure you got the score.
Wait. What is this guy's name? Otani? Because every time I hear they speak about Otani or something like that.
Oh yeah, he's a Japanese baseball player. He's Greek.
Otani.
Yeah. Listen. He's a starting pitcher, right? And he's a big time hitter. He hits a lot of home runs. Yeah, he's good.
Oh, okay. And they have like this thing that they play. They call like fantasy
baseball
baseball league. I told
too far. I mean, yeah, you can know what you call baseball, but you could not know and not know baseball. But football, don't do it, man. If you're a Black American, you better have a football team and a basketball team. I'm telling you right
now. You're right. I do get a pass. You're right.
Yeah, you're an immigrant.
Yeah.
If they have this happen to be into soccer, you better have a soccer team. Or whatever.
Yeah. There's only one guy that watches Premier League, and another guy.
Oh, so you're good. So they ain't gonna bother you with that shit,
No, they didn't bother me. Yeah.
Coming there and whatnot. Yeah, man. Yeah, like that. Because the bottom line, as soon as you make something like you had something else better to do, or didn't see the game, whatever like that, they're like, whoa, what the hell's going on with him? You know, and next thing you know, your job is on the line.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah.
As a you have no idea what it's like. So as a black man in America, he must have turned angry. He must have got radicalized. That's the way they think. Oh, he's an angry black man.
There's even okay, was it in Kenya or Rwanda? There's even one lady who did her masters I think was it in Rwanda or even Kenya. She actually got employed recently. She's freaking tall, like almost like 6 something, you know. And I noticed like the way she was able to build relationship with me was because she actually stayed in Rwanda. You get what I'm saying? Like it was that easy to kind of like establish that kind of rapport at the workplace. But you're right though about that kind of sports thing because a lot of times they mainly speak about basketball and baseball. Yeah,
That's how they can relate to us. They don't want they don't want to talk to you about politics. We're not. Don't do it. You know, they don't want to talk to you about what's going
no,
on.
I do speak about politics with them. I do speak about politics with them.
No, you can speak on politics with them. We can't.
Oh, you can't? Oh, okay.
No, we can't. You know
Why? Why do you think so? Why?
Because it always leads back to slavery. And shit that makes white
Oh,
people uncomfortable.
oh yeah. No, but I mean, we do take trainings about all those things.
Like white people don't want to hear nothing about no racism.
No,
They
no,
don't hear nothing about all that shit like
no,
that.
no. In Washington State now, you have to take a training about racism.
Oh yeah,
Racism
you can
101.
take it like that, but in the general conversation, in the break room and shit like that, around the water cooler, they don't
Yeah,
want to talk to you about that shit. They don't care about your problems, you know.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, it kind of makes them some kind of uncomfortable. You're right.
And they get uncomfortable and whatnot, you know. So they're like, well, so we go out of our way to protect their white fragility, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, white, we don't want you upset, white man, and whatnot. So we're gonna pretend like we're happy here and stuff like that. We're happy and blah blah blah, and everything's good. Black people go out of their way to make white people feel happy and comfortable, you know.
They. I mean, they do. I mean, they kind of train them on even training courses in the like diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, but
diversity.
all that stuff like that is stupid. Black people, right? Those courses never said, now this is a black man, right? He has a lot of issues about slavery and everything. How to relate to this brother and whatnot who wants to rip your head off and whatnot, you know? So you might want to approach him like this, you know, might want to say like this. Make sure he's like this. I mean, they know all this stuff and whatnot, you know? A lot of times you don't have to, like, look at the video, How to Sell to the Negro. That was methodically about how to sell black people, what they think about. Don't engage in conversations about this. They're like this. It was really, really scientific. So
I was kind of surprised. There was a lady, a black woman, doing the training to them, teaching them like to the leadership team on why they shouldn't feel like a black man, because she was telling them like the black men are actually their fathers, their uncles, and their brothers. And I was like, really? So they took a training about teaching them how to relate with a black man in America. I mean, that was damn crazy to me.
They understand that black men are like anybody else. Don't bring up slavery. Don't bring up slavery. Don't bring up Trump. Don't bring up Biden. We don't know what because it could go left. Leave it alone. Don't be presumptuous. Don't.
Oh no, Biden. Oh, don't
automatically assume a black person is going to vote Democrat. Don't do that stuff. Don't be presumptuous. Baruti asks, Carl, why doesn't the black farmers pursue outward agriculture contract backers? Because they ain't about shit. That's why. You been listening to anything I was saying? They ain't about shit. They're about freaking just looking big, trying to get a payout from the federal government. Black Farmers Association is a freaking running joke. Just like everything else is a running joke in Black America. All these people, all these things got to be torn down and rebuilt. Black Farmers Association.
Do you think this if Trump comes to power, like, is there going to be any significant change, or people still going to still complain?
Life is going to go on just like it normally does, man.
It's going to, and I bet you, you're still gonna find people complaining, oh man, Trump government ain't shit, Trump is that and Trump is this and Trump is
Black
that.
people are always going to complain no matter what. They complained for 8 years under Obama, you know? Oh,
Yeah.
man. So the
Hey
bottom line,
fellas, it's been a good one, man. I'm gonna definitely hit
yeah,
y'all
me,
up
I
next
gotta
week,
end the
though.
show.
All
I
right,
gotta end the show in a minute. So I got
all right.
7
Y'all
more
be
minutes
safe.
to the
Y'all be
hour.
safe.
So 6 more minutes to the hour, and I'm ending the show, folks.
Yeah, 4 hours
We've been
like
out for
straight.
4 hours. That's a good show. It's like Bomani show, you know. We were going 6, 7
So
hours.
Kala, are you now like do you now have your own are you hosting your own show now lately?
Well, I do a radio show on Wednesday nights. You know, that's my radio show, and I'm doing a show from now on Fridays and Saturdays. Definitely Saturday, but sometimes Friday and Saturday. You know, and I'm gonna be here, and I might add another day during the week on to this right here because I got a lot to say. You know, about people want to know my opinion. So people ask me get on YouTube for years. You know, so I was like. So I couldn't resist the pressure. So I guess got back on you.
Did you
Got on
join
YouTube.
the Telegram group or not?
Yeah, I joined your Telegram. Yeah,
Was that your name? That
or Dwayne McCullough.
yeah, that was
Yeah,
that
that's
was you?
me.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I
Anytime you
joined.
join, like just share the link over there. People are gonna hop on the show just to have some kind of like attraction and viewers, on your channel.
Right, yeah, like I say, yeah, I'm trying to build the channel up. I get some viewers in here and stuff like that, and people give like, share, and subscribe and stuff like that. Are great.
Actually, I think on Dinah's channel you did say you were gonna host like you were gonna like host a show or something like. So I thought you were gonna be on Bomani's channel. I'm like, Bomani hasn't posted for the
Well,
last month.
but Bomani, Bomani and I mean, that's my brother and everything like that. But him and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of shit. So I
Well,
had
that's
to.
relentless.
I told him in Liberia that he's like, yo, man, I can't, I let you on my show and blah, blah, blah. I said, look, okay, when I get back, I'm gonna do my own show. How about that? And so I did, I told him I was gonna do my own show. When we get back, I'm gonna start doing my own show. I told him
I mean, but a lot of people come to the show because of you, not because of Bomani. I mean, what does Bomani actually talk about on that show, man?
I know, like I said, well, the bottom line is I helped him build his channel up. I mean, he had a channel, but look at all the shows I did with him. Look at the views, that I put on the board.
I mean, on Diners back in the days,
Yeah, I put
you
a
were
lot of
like,
views on Dine's show too. I helped a lot of people.
but I think it's a mutual thing though, right?
Yeah, Diners blew me up. If it wasn't for
You
Diners,
blew up.
the
A lot of people,
BAO, he blew the BAO up. That's how I got
yeah,
popular.
yeah.
On Diners show.
All of us knew about you on Diners channel. So
Yeah, and then Hold Up came along. Tagging along. He was a tag along. Don't forget, Diners discovered me because somebody said there's this guy named College Genesis knows a lot about Liberia. You got to have him on. Professor
oh
Davis.
really?
Yeah, Professor
Oh,
Davis was like, you got to have this guy College Genesis on. So Diners reached out to me on Facebook and said, yo, we want to come on my show, whatever. I said, okay.
yeah. Diners blew a lot of people. Even Lead Attorney used to be on Diners channel, but now Lead Attorney has blew up, man.
Yeah.
I hope like
So Diners, I always grateful to Diners, man. I would be known the way, even the fact that this channel's growing the way it is right now, and whatnot, because my name is known out there. Oh, College Genesis doing a show and whatnot. It's only getting better, man.
Gallo, what happened? What happened with you and that Liberian lady in the bars?
Oh man, yo, that
You had
lady,
a disagreement. She was
she's a lion. Wayne's a lion. She tried to roll and people
she
like
said
Liberians.
you saw our comments down there.
I love Liberians, right? But 99% of the thing that come out of Liberians' mouth is a lie. That's
She said like most of the American Liberians they came and built like slave settlements.
No, and I asked her, then why did she go to Grand Crew where her people are from? She called from. There's nothing down there. Why don't you guys build something in? Grand Crew is nothing but a bunch of canoes and mud huts and shit.
But Kala, I mean, I think she was making a point though, because she was saying if you compare the settlement that was built to the one. Wait.
To build a civilization. You know,
Wait,
there's a
wait.
my brother Sandor Morris is coming up with a book. I'm doing the forward for it, right? We're gonna tell the real history of Liberia. Our ancestors from America built the Liberian civilization, the republic, right? The
Mhm.
indigenous people didn't build shit, you know. They didn't build anything, you know, nothing.
Yeah.
That's just the truth. They didn't contribute shit to the country.
You know, I mean, she wasn't saying she wasn't denying that fact, but she was saying like what
So
was built
let me ask you a question.
wasn't a high. Uh-huh.
Well, let me say, like, is it our responsibility when people want to be backwards? You know, it's just like we have in America. You got people that don't want to do nothing but sit on their ass, do nothing, and whatnot, and they blame the black middle class. Oh, you bougie Negroes, and put like this. You know, it's like crabs in a barrel, and whatnot. You know, I'm tired of niggas, man. You know, whether you a Liberian nigga, whether you a Kenyan nigga, whether you an African American nigga, I'm tired of niggas. You know, all they do is sit back on their ass and talk about what you ain't doing for them, whatnot. You know.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Kyla. I mean, yeah.
Liberians
I
are stupid.
I think I think what she was just saying that I think from what I saw actually was saying that they actually built slave like settlements. It wasn't
No,
comparable.
bottom line is how they build slave settlement when most of the people working
Like kind of what? Why are
they had
you?
their own people. The indigenous people weren't strong enough to do the sort of labor that was required. You know, that was another myth. The indigenous people came to us because they were fleeing from oppression from their own villages and stuff like that. We gave the Liberian indigenous woman equal rights. First time in Africa, the woman in Liberia had the right to vote. You know, we gave the native Liberian women dignity and equal rights and everything like that. You know, their own people, they're 13 years old, they were getting married off and as concubine and shit like that. We stopped that stuff, you know. We gave the native people education and stuff like that. Just that Wayne's a stupid bitch and whatnot. She's jealous of our ancestors and whatnot. So I'm a crew baby. You know, what the fuck is a crew? You know what crew stands for?
Oh yeah, of course.
They were called crew because they worked on British cruise ships, you know. It's not even a real tribe, you know.
It kind of looks like you don't like that lady. I mean,
I invited her on the trip just so she could learn, right?
Oh, wait, really? She came from the U.S. too?
Yeah, she was born in America, right? She was born in D.C. And she went to a black HBCU in America. She got so much contempt for black America. But yeah, she went to a Howard and she went to an HBCU.
Oh, wow.
I gotta tell you, man, like I told you, I know Liberians. Like I said, Liberian people are full of shit, you know? They're full of shit. All they do is sit around and they're hating on black America. They want to destroy what our ancestors built in Liberia. They want to discredit them and everything. For what? What are they doing with it? Nothing. They can't do nothing with Liberia. The country's a fucking mess because of them. You know, you talking about building any diner and whatnot? Shit. Man, come on. You, like I said, the bottom line, if I came there, man, I'm going to come there with some rifles and guns and clean house and whatnot. Get the fuck out of here, you know?
So, Kyle, I mean, now are you gonna come to the channel like dress in suit in your formal setting, or now you just being in the casual setting, like because back in the days you say like you used to dress like suits,
That's a Saturday night. Why would I on a Saturday night? When I did a dinosaur show, man, it was a Tuesday night. Or Wednesday. Yeah. I was still coming from work, but I had my suit and tie on and whatnot, you know. Yeah, I might wear a suit one night, but why? Saturday way in the morning and whatnot. What the hell am I put a suit on for? But anyway, brothers, it's been good, man. It's been good, man.
Hey, Kyle, are you? Last question before you leave. I mean, are you good though? Like, because you kind of like your weight.
Oh, I'm good, man. I just got an operation coming up in a couple of weeks.
Oh, really?
A heart operation, coming up.
We're gonna put you in our pairs,
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, because that's the reason I was, because like your voice kind of changed. I'm like, nah, do you want us to put you in prayers or something?
Man, put all the prayers I can get,
Yeah.
So, but the bottom line is like I'm doing well, well.
That's great.
And stuff like that, getting my health and strength back together, walking and stuff like that, So I'm just doing what I can do to get myself back together. I was sick. I caught malaria.
Oh.
Sick. You
Yeah.
know?
Okay. Great show, Carlo,
Remember
man.
to like
Yeah.
the show, share it, just subscribe, whatever like that, you know.
Yeah.
And like I said, spread it around and whatnot. But
Yo,
anyway,
on that channel, a lot of people are gonna come definitely on the Telegram.
oh yeah, I'm ready for it.
Yeah,
I'm ready
just
for it.
post
I
it
really
there.
appreciate it.
Yeah, you good, man.
I'm
Okay.
ready for it. All right, brothers, y'all take care.
Okay, bye bye.